Du 11 au 14 août, l'élite des golfeurs professionnels canadiens sera à Victoriaville. L'objectif, remporter la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au Club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.
Également avec un cumulatif de 144 après 2 rondes, finish sur Ontario, Jeremy Wilson. Voici le 144 et 2 rondes de Barrie, Ontario. également à 143 après 2 rondes. De Brampton, Ontario, Kyle Fong.
Well, good morning, bon matin, bonjour, hello, and welcome to Club de Golf Victoriaville in Victoriaville, Quebec, home of the 2022 Coupe Canada. This live stream on YouTube being presented by Golf Zoogle. That's Google with a golf and a Z, so Golf Zoogle, just to mess up with your head a little bit. And I'm on a roll this morning already. I sounded like Dr. Seuss. So we have a different kind of morning here this morning as we start play on moving day. Today is Saturday, and we have a great looking leaderboard. We're just looking at the gentlemen that have been cut from the event. Hopefully we'll see many of these guys back next year. Some just missing out on the cut like Andrew Zimenez, or Zimenez, sorry. Sorry about that, Andrew. Totally apologize for that. And we have Nick Paul from Toronto who failed to make the cut by a couple strokes. The cut was set at even par yesterday, but we've given away temporarily from blue skies with the occasional cloud into what you could describe as a bit of a fog this morning. The fog is lifting here in Victoriaville at the course, and play is underway. So we're going to go and have a look at the first tee, the first fairway. So with introductions out of the way, actually they're not quite out of the way, I'm your commentator and host, Alexander Toth. I can be checked out on thenextt.ca and my golf podcast, T-Box Chatter. I'd really appreciate if people would check it out. So anyways, I don't want to sound like a beggar pants, but yet here I am begging. So we're just having a quick look here at the first fairway. We're going to catch up with this group in a couple of seconds. So I'm going to just step away for a few moments, settle into my seat here, and we'll be right back. And welcome back. So the group that we're looking at right now is the group of Sean Mullen from England, Marc-Andre Champagne from Saint Jean, Quebec, and Kyle Chung from Brampton, Ontario. And that looks like it's Kyle with a wedge into this first green. Lands it well short. He's going to have a difficult uphill putt coming up. Also in this group, as mentioned, we have Marc-Andre Champagne from Saint Jean, Quebec, and England's Sean Mullen. Sean having status on PGA Tour Canada. As the players are just strolling up to their golf balls, quickly locating them. Kyle Chung from Brampton, Ontario plays on the Great Lakes Tour, Ontario-based. And it's a mini tour or developmental tour that actually offers players from their organization or affiliation 36 spots. Other tours include the Toronto Players Tour, East Coast Pro Tour, Vancouver Golf Tour, and plenty of provincial PGA associations. But we also had, or have, not to use past tense, we also have an international field. Our current leader, Jake Scott, is from the United States, from Strongsville, Ohio. We've had a couple gentlemen from India. That was Mr. Talwar. He's from New Delhi, India. We have Charles Wang from Bradenton, Florida. The previously aforementioned Sean Mullen from England. So there's a pretty cool international vibe. And Blake Morris of Jupiter, Florida. So we're just waiting on Kyle here. Kyle having about 16 to, that might be closer to 20 feet for birdie when he does make his putt. And from off the green, we had Marc-Andre Champagne of Saint Jean, Quebec. So now with everybody up on the green, Kyle Chung will be the first to make his putt. Uphill, and this putt is going to move from right to left. Kyle with a fair shot here at birdie. Low percentage from a one-putt standpoint. And he'll have that left for par. And this is Marc-Andre Champagne. This one's going to move with the green sloping. As we've seen all week here and the entire course, that putt will slide from right to left, or left to right. My left-handed brain is working overtime already this morning. So Marc-Andre with a little bit left here for the par save. And we have Sean Mullen just getting ready to make his tee as we cut over to the tee box here on number 1. And this will be your 8:31 tee time of Marc-Olivier Plast, Dom Lalonde, and Austin Nowak. Austin Nowak set the tee off. He's gone driver here on this first hole, dog leg, par 4, 332-yard hole. Also in this group, we have Marc-Olivier Plast of Mercier, Quebec, and Dom Lalonde of Châteauguay, Quebec. And players are coming in, they're milling about. It's pretty busy, there's a good vibe. You know it's moving day because now this is all about the money. Show me the money. Who out there hasn't seen Jerry Maguire or knows that line? Who was the guy that played that main role? Was that Cuba Gooding? I think it was Cuba Gooding that played. Some of the crack staff here at Golf Zoogle are relatively young. Millennials, give me a break. They don't know what Porky's is as a movie. Some of the movies that they haven't heard of that I've mentioned out here, I'm actually in shock and actually somewhat appalled, almost insulted by. But I don't hold it against them. I'm not a judgy person. Okay, maybe a little judgy, but whatever. That's not even important. But the greens currently are going to be running a little bit slower as there's a lot of moisture in the air. Yesterday they were running at 10.5 on the stimp meter. They won't be able to get them any faster than that for the duration of the tournament just because there is so much moisture here in the air with there's a very heavy dew this morning on all the turf around the course. And with all the rain that we had, 70 millimeters leading up to the event during, Sunday, Monday, it's actually impossible at this point to really get the green speeds up to snuff, so to speak. So it's a blessing, but yet still a curse that they're only running at a maximum of 10.5. I think there's a lot of golfers out there that are looking at their screens, their devices here on YouTube during this feed thinking, boy, I would gladly take 10.5 because my course, it runs at like a 6. My home course, I think they run at about a fair 8 or 9 in that ballpark. But, no shout-outs to the course. Well, maybe in a little while I'll mention the name Niagara National Golf and Country in Stevensville, Ontario. Whoops. Guess I just sort of kind of did that verbal diarrhea this morning. And, they're just getting a feel out here right now of what the greens are going to do. So we're just waiting to see who has the honors here. That appears to be Marc-Olivier Plast that's just walking up a little bit further towards the first bunker. You can really see the slope here on the first green as it's our first shot from this angle that we've been able to produce this week. And you can see the bunkering, it's well guarded, bunkers left and right. Green sloping, you can see all the undulation on there as well, but there's a great chance to land the ball past the pin and spin the ball back. Many of the guys were flying the ball short of the pin over the first couple days, and at times the golf ball was releasing right off the front of the green. I coyly suggested to one player, so instead of Pro V1, maybe a Pinnacle. Maybe a Pinnacle's in order, or Top Flight. But, the point being, there's plenty of scoring opportunities here and plenty of opportunity to land the ball just past the pin and have it suck back, as that's just the nature of the greens here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. So we didn't see Marc-Olivier Plas tee off, but I would think that there was a driver used on this particular hole, because all you have to do is carry that bunker, and then it'll funnel down a little bit towards the green, leaving yourself a short wedge in. A very gettable first hole here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And that's the golf ball of Austin Nowak from Lancaster, New York, sitting there just on the fringe, tucked in nicely. And that's a great effort. Oh, and Marc-Olivier Plas just has a little kick in, excuse me, attempt coming up for birdie. Almost hold it. Boy, an eagle on the first hole would have been a great start for Marc-Olivier Plas. And we're still waiting to see what Dom Malone from Chateauguay, Quebec is up to over here on the first hole on moving day at the 2022 Coupe Canada, brought to you by Golf Zoogle. And welcome this morning to the broadcast as well. And there's Dom Malone coming up now in his bright orange hat. It's actually a good call today because of the fog. It's high visibility. So we can sort of kind of see him in a way like a pylon on a dark highway, so to speak. So we're going to be able to keep up with him all day today. And that actually might be a bright pink. Either way, we'll be able to see him in the fog. Earlier tee-offs included one of the amateurs vying for the top amateur title, local product for here at Club de Golf Victoriaville, Francis Roulier. Mark Cusillo of Aurora, Ontario, teed off earlier as well, as did Jacob Lehman. Scott Kerr, Zach Sadinsky from Boynton Beach, Florida, yet another of that international flavor. It all can't be Quebec maple syrup here or poutine. And by the way, I just got, speaking of poutine, I just gotta have a little shout out here. I had a nice dinner at this place called Shakers with the team here at Golf Zoogle, and I had my first ever Quebec poutine, albeit not from a fry truck or anything like that, but it was so good. Those fresh cheese curds, and oh, give me a poutine right now. But back to Austin Nowak here from just off the surface. Just gonna have to hit that one with a little more pace. And again, that's been the recurring theme. Anything below the pin, you have to give it, you put a stroke on with authority. Otherwise, the golf ball is not getting to the hole. especially if you're mentally thinking, oh, the greens are going to be running at a 13 or 12, and they're only running at a maximum of 10.5, and that's not what they are right now. I would say they're probably closer to about an 8, a 9, maybe on the high end. I was watching the head referee here at Coupe Canada on the 9th green, setting up that tee and rolling some putts just to determine if it was fair or not. And they deemed it fair, of course. As we have Dom Lalonde from Chateauguay, Quebec, making a very nice putt. Sinks it. El Drano. And we make our way back to the first tee, where we have Thomas Code from Dorchester, Ontario, electing to go with a driver off the tee. And he's gonna be, his line looks like it's gonna be just right of the trees, right over that bunker and down to an easy layup or a wedge shot into the green. And Austin Nowak. Just finishing up things here, hopefully. And that's a nice putt from about 3 feet. So we're going to break away just for a couple seconds, and we'll be right back when the action resumes.
Avec un cumulatif de 142 après les 2 premières journées de Chambly au Québec, Marc Turturie.
And we're back as we head back out to the first tee. This is Brendan Smith from Ayers-Cliff, Quebec. Going driver. Going to hit a little cut around that tree. It's a good, smart play. Watching, hoping for a positive result there. And next on the tee, we will have Mark Hurtubise of Chambly, Quebec. Okay, and we might have missed the golfer, so I might have had them out of turn. That was Mark Hurtubise that just teed off, the lefty from Chambly, Quebec. Teeing off first from this group was Calvin Ross from Fredericton, New Brunswick. And then Brendan Smith, of course, was number 2 off the tee for this group from Ayers-Cliff, Quebec. As we have a look at our sponsors here, of course, the main presenting sponsor is Sani-Marc and Fenergic. You have the Chamber of Commerce of Victoriaville, Golf Quebec, and of course our shameful plug or shameless plug of golfsugal.ca. Be sure to check them out for your live streaming needs. If you have a tournament that is at least 2 days long and you have 50 golfers, contact them, because your tournament can be live streamed to all your friends and family, which is pretty cool. So Golfsugal. You can find them on social media at Golfsugal. We'll be right back.
Du 11 au 14 août, l'élite des golfeurs professionnels canadiens sera à Victoriaville. L'objectif, remporter la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.
And welcome back to our coverage here from the 2022 Coupe Canada as Mark Hurtubise from the right rough here on the first hole has just struck his approach shot. And there's already two pretty tidy golf shots that were slung into this first hole location. The first hole location is 17 paces on from the front and 5 from the right. And next up is Brendan Smith from Ayers-Cliff, Quebec. And there are 3 pretty tidy shots hit into this first green. All have a great look at their birdie putts respectively. So with the first hole location being 17 paces on and 5 from the right, it's a very gettable hole location. Great way to start a round. A nice, gentle par 4 to get your muscles all loosened up here. Get the juices flowing, get the blood flowing, maybe get the heart rate up a little bit. Maybe the adrenaline. Going back to the last group that passed through here, that approach shot that that Olivier Plas threw into that location with that little wedge. I mean, if that were me, I'd be like, oh, I'm thinking eagle as soon as I see the ball approach that pin like it did. You know, so that gets the heart rate going. Again, the adrenaline starts kicking. Then again, when I was playing on mini tours, maybe that was my problem. I got too freaking excited. You know, that's always a good possibility as well. Adrenaline's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing, I suppose, too. So this is a look at Calvin Ross. Calvin is from the East Coast of Canada, from the Maritimes, and he resides in Fredericton, New Brunswick. And if you haven't been to the Maritimes of Canada, you're truly missing out because there are fantastic, it's just a wonderful place. I will never forget my one and only time out there. Actually, I was out there twice, but for vacation, I was out there once back in 2010, and I have not yet forgotten that. It was just an amazing trip with family. Calvin Ross with the putt for birdie, and that's nicely holed from about 6 feet. So I was talking to one of the officials from Golf Quebec this morning, and he did say that the course is very gettable today, and we can expect to see some very, very low scores. And just looking at the pin placements as well, the pin sheet, yeah, those are some pretty gettable locations for sure. Brendan Smith. Just missing out for birdie from about 7 feet. And finishes up for the par. And Mark Hurtubise from Chambly, Quebec. He's the lefty in this group. So he's golfing from the wrong side. I know what you're I know what you're thinking right now. And he knew he missed that one right away. He stood up and he's pretty disgusted with himself right now, or maybe he was seeing something totally different. It is never the player's fault, by the way, on these missed putts. Never, ever is it his fault. As we head back to the first tee, we're looking at Jesse Smith, who already teed off there. He's clad in all black. At the moment, anyways, looks like he's wearing a different colored shirt underneath his quarter zip. And it is definitely quarter zip season here this morning in Victoriaville, Quebec, at Club de Golf, Victoriaville. And that was Chase Komaromi of London, Ontario, teeing off there. He went driver. Looks like he liked it. And right before him was North York, Ontario's Riley Goss. Jesse Smith from Oswego, Ontario. We'll be seeing him a little bit later on as they head down the first fairway here at Club de Golf, Victoriaville. Jesse spends time on both the Toronto Players Tour and the East Coast Pro Tour from Oswego, Ontario. As we have a quick look at the putting green, and we're going to just take a bit of a short break here. Yours truly needs a coffee. Get the blood flowing. Get the heart rate up, and it'll allow me to get all serious. There's not a serious bone in this body. I'm lying. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right, and welcome back to live streaming. I'm your commentator, Alexander Toth, from the Next Tee and T-Box Chatter. So be sure to check me out. And actually, my podcast, I do have a co-host who's not here today, and that's Dougie. So Duggar, you're missed, buddy. You're missed. But you're enjoying the cottage, I'm sure, or trailer, or whatever it is where you are. So the group that we're watching right now, you saw them tee off. That's the group of Brandon Sayes from Port Lambton, Ontario, Tristan Reynaud from Sudbury, Ontario, and Derek Gillespie. It looks like we have Brandon Sayes there just walking up to his golf ball now. Derek Gillespie is down there. He was leaning a little bit, as you might have seen, hoping to avoid the rough, which he successfully did off the tee here on this short par 4. He may not like his angle going into this green, as it is 5 paces from the right. So not a total short side, but he doesn't have a whole lot of green to work with right there. And we're looking at Brandon Sayes walking back towards the middle of the fairway. And Tristan Reynaud, who let that one hand slide off there on his tee shot, if you were there to see it. There's a reason why he thought he lost it left. And he's in okay shape down there. Clearly he's in the fairway. Or maybe not. We're waiting for him to get up to his golf ball. And actually, it looks like he might already be on. So just going to sort out whose golf ball is whose. I see 1. I see 2. 2 out of 3. Yes, I watched Sesame Street when I was a kid. The count, I know, is a poor attempt at some silly humor. So it looks like Derek Gillespie is going to have probably about 10 feet when he gets to his ball. We're just waiting to find out where exactly Brandon Sayes is. And there is Tristan Reynaud's ball just past pin high from about 10 feet as well. So Gillespie's pulling the pin. And I sort of alluded to this yesterday, but is it ever nice being able to pull out the pin after this whole COVID thing? Just feels good to yank him out again. I missed the sound of the ball landing in the bottom of that plastic cup and making that little sound. It's just such a gratifying sound. Some people count sheep when they go to bed. I happen to count the sound of golf balls hitting the plastic cup when I go to bed. Helps me sleep. It's my happy place. So we have Tristan Reynaud just sort of surveying his upcoming putt. And that looks like that would have been Brandon Sayes from way back on the green. So we're not really sure what led to that lengthy putt. That would have been downhill the whole way. But Brandon Sayes from Port Lambton, Ontario is back in the picture here, and that's always a good thing. He's back in the fray, if you will. And Tristan Reynaud from 10 feet. Might be 11. Could be 12. But I'll go with 10 feet. Could be 15. So we're going to just keep an eye on his stroke here. Stability over the ball here is important. Golf ball's going to break a little bit right to left. There it goes. And just runs it past the hole. And now it's Derek Gillespie from Pickering, Ontario, journeyman. He has a wealth of experience. He has spent time on various developmental tours and PGA Tour Canada. I believe he had some starts on Nationwide back when Corn Ferry was nationwide. So he's definitely not a newcomer to this. And Gillespie just missing that putt from about 10 feet. As we make our way back to the tee, you're looking right now at Brandon Rattray from Sudbury, Ontario. Or sorry, from Saint Bruno, Quebec. We missed Brett Webster's tee shot from Abbotsford, British Columbia. And Rattray going with a iron, looking for a spot just inside the 150 marker down towards the middle right of this first fairway. And Brandon says, finishing out while we look at Tristan Renault, just with a short little putt to clean it up. And on those short putts, never give it the hole away. Just make a solid stroke. Because at Golf Zoogle, we're also about educating as well. And that was Bradenton, Florida's Charles Wang. So we're going to cut away while there's a break in the action, as we're moving along quite nicely to start off moving day for the 2022 Coupe Canada, presented by Sani-Marc and Fenergic. We'll be right back. And welcome back as we caught up to action here on the first screen here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. That was a group of Charles Wang. Excuse me while I put on my glasses so I can actually read what I'm saying here. Brandon Rattray and Brett Webster of Abbotsford, British Columbia, as we head over to the first tee. That's a look at Blair Hamilton. Blair Hamilton is out of Burlington, Ontario. And he's joined by Stephen Thomas of Vancouver, British Columbia, and Pierre-Alexandre Bedard of Quebec City, Quebec. And it looks like that Blair Hamilton will have the tee for this group, as they've received the 1 minute or so signal from the starter. So they're getting ready to go. Blair Hamilton, he's been at this for a long time now. He's just one of those guys that just is always there. He's had starts on PGA Tour Canada. He plays with the Great Lakes Tour and the Toronto Players Tour, I believe. And for some reason, I think he might have had 1 or 2 starts on Corn Ferry as well in the past. I'll do a little bit of quick research on Blair in a couple seconds. But either way, he's just one of those guys that, he's always cool, he's always composed, and he's just one of those players that just almost looks right out there. That's something that I've said about Jacob Lehman, who's already on the golf course this morning. And here we go. Blair's going to be going driver on this first hole. 332 yard, par 4, dogleg left. Bunker down the left-hand side. And judging by where he's staying on the tee box, he's going to be going with a fairly aggressive line, it looks like. He's going to take it right over the spruce at the dogleg. There's a stand of blue spruces, as you can see. And we're not too sure if he likes it or not. Sometimes with these guys, it's hard to tell what the reaction is. One guy that comes to mind is Hideki Matsuyama. He's a guy that'll drop his club in disgust, with that one-handed follow-through. And his golf ball will be 3 feet from the hole. I find that really annoying. But anyways, next up is Stephen Thomas. Thomas from British Columbia, going driver here. Stealth technology with that tailor-made carbon wood. And now we have Pierre-Alexandre Bedard, hailing from Quebec City, Quebec. The lefty, this hole definitely lefties will love a fade on this first hole. And again, this first hole is very gettable today to start your day off with a birdie. And he's not too concerned about this one. And there's Blair Hamilton just doing what Blair does. He's just a cool, chillax guy. Just chatting it up with anybody. Friend of T-Box Chatter and the Next Tee. I only say that because I interviewed him back at Port Dover during the Southern Ontario Open, which is the crown jewel of the Great Lakes Tour season. I guess crown jewel. I think that might be fair. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to stay there with crown jewel. As we have a look at the leaderboard, Kyle Chung and Francis Rillier both starting off today through 3 holes at 1 over par. And these are the players that will be sadly missed this weekend, players that missed the cut. To those players, I salute you. For some reason, now I have an AC/DC song going through my head. For those about to rock. Well, in this case today, for this tournament, it'd be for those about to walk. You know, walk down the fairway. Waka waka. Jerome Blaze there is the head pro here at Club de Golf, Victoriaville. James Colin Davis, he got cut yesterday. But I will say this, I had the pleasure of talking to him after he was done, just off mic, and just what a cool cat he is. Admittedly, he's had struggles this season. He gained status on PGA Tour Canada this year. But he said that the last several months has been very difficult from a play standpoint. And that is a great overhead shot of the facility here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. Was that the actual golf course, that picture? That overhead, that aerial? Was it? The one that came across the screen there. Sorry, folks, I'm just collaborating with the production crew here as we speak. It is I mean, that's a great picture. Wow. But we're looking at some of the higher ups on the list. There's Blair Hamilton there, who we've just seen tee off. That whole group. And it looks like Jacob Lehman is off to a good start today. He's at 2 under. It's a good day to go low. What better day than today? Okay, tomorrow. Tomorrow's a better day to go low. Is there a bad day to go low? I think not. And we're going to just break away until we get some action. As we are now having a look down around this first hole, this first green complex at Club de Golf Victoriaville. So just gonna quickly just sort of stay here with this group as they're milling about. Players surveying what they have, how many paces on. Just having a nice look at what they have to look forward to with their upcoming approach shots. Either way, we're going to be seeing some very high lofted wedges here from these guys. We're going to be seeing a pitching action. Could be a lob style shot, definitely not a flop because that's way too far out, but a lob or just a regular standard pitch shot works very well here. Fly it to the hole about 80% of the way and then let the golf ball release is the preferred method. And there's hardly a hint of a breeze out there today, at least thus far this morning on this wonderful Saturday moving day at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And speaking of moving, I will be moving on from here at 11 o'clock when I'm replaced by Maxime Lalonde from TVA, who will be doing the commentary for the Francophone or French-speaking audience. And we have a good looking up from just off of the green. Beautiful, well-executed pitch shot there from Pierre-Alexandre Bedard. And it looks like we have Stephen Thomas rehearsing just another one of your standard pitches. He landed that one well short of what he wanted to do there. Clearly, he didn't fly it 80% of the way. The higher loft that you have on a wedge for those kind of pitch shots or lobs into the green, you definitely got to fly it at about 80% and let the golf ball release. He only flew it there about 65-70% of the way. And it looks like Blair Hamilton has now taken off one layer of clothing here, as it was a sort of a chilly, damp morning here in Victoriaville, Quebec. But we're starting to get there. It's going to be a beautiful day. 22 degrees Celsius, around 70 degrees Fahrenheit for those of American descent, as we head back to the first tee and catch the tee shot of Mitch Sutton from London, Ontario. Next up from Varennes, Quebec, we have Vincent Blanchette. As we head back down to the first green for Blair Hamilton, looks like he's going to hit a little chip style shot here, dead hands. Just let that golf ball release up to and past the hole. And we're now back on the first tee to catch the tee shot of Camrose, Alberta's Andrew Harrison. Harrison electing to go driver. He's set up on the right side of the tee box, thinking he's going to be taking an aggressive line, much like Blair Hamilton did, down that left side of the fairway, really cutting close to the trees that adorn that fairway. And that's exactly the line that he has taken here on this dogleg left par 4 first hole at Club de Golf Victoriaville. As we join Stephen Thomas with his ski pole putter. And he just misses a shade on the low side. Overall, a good roll for birdie. And he'll walk away with the par after holding that putt out. And we have Blair Hamilton just checking out the slope real fast on this putt. There'll be a little more pace to this putt, but it won't be crazy. Won't be crazy fast. And the break will be minimal, as the sun is now burning through that layer of fog that we had this morning. We're going to have a beautiful day here for this moving day of the 2022 Coupe Canada. For birdie. And I think Blair's going to be a little disappointed with that result as he settles for par. And Pierre-Alexandre Bedard with just a, little tapping. And we're back out at the first tee to catch Etienne Bro of Mercier, Quebec. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the 10th tee already. My goodness. Wow. Yeah, so my apologies. That looked like it was Kyle Chung going off there. And what can I say? Who can't use a little hand every now and then? Mind you, that was a pretty big hand. So Yeah, a little bit of wrinkle action going on there, but that's a good looking golf swing from the third member of this group. And that was Sean Mullen from England. And we're back down the first fairway here. And that's a pretty good headshot we have in our foreground here. And I believe across the fairway, we're looking at Mitch Sutton, who's getting ready to hit his approach shot here into the first hole. And we're looking at what's going to be probably about a 3/4 lob wedge here for Sutton. Could be as much as a 56, depends on what's in the bag. And that was about a 1/2 to 3/4 wedge. We saw the ball land, and not a bad effort, just a little bit past pin high for Mitch Sutton of London, Ontario. And in the foreground there we have Andrew Harrison of Camrose, Alberta. And approaching the green, we have Vincent Blanchette. And of course, the previously aforementioned Mitch Sutton, who we just saw had a pretty good golf shot in. And Vincent Blanchette is just below pin high. So both of these gentlemen have a terrific look for birdie on this first hole to get their day started on the right foot. And we're just waiting for Andrew Harrison from Camrose, Alberta to have his ball land in place here. And that's a pretty good up from that location. It appears like he was over in the first cut of rough here. Actually, there's only one cut of rough here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. It's all a pretty even mow all the way around as far as rough lengths, based on what I've seen around the course. So there's no first cut, second cut, and then rough. It's just rough. And a little shout out to my puppy Muskoka. I don't know, I said the word rough and I thought dogs. So when I think dogs, I think of my black lab. So anyways, buddy, I'll be home soon, and I miss you, bud. But back to the action here on the green. And Mitch Sutton having a quick look. So we have a little bit of a lull here on this first green. And now the sun is fully blown through, and we have beautiful blue skies today. Now the weather is matching everything else that we've had so far during the week, other than the pre-tournament shenanigans with Mother Nature, when she decided to absolutely dump rain all over this place. Thanks for that. I thought the ice bucket challenge was a thing of the past. But we have Blanchette with his upcoming putt for birdie. And that's a wonderful birdie putt. Good looking stroke, confident stroke. From about 7 feet, 8 feet, as we join Mitch Sutton plumb bobbing this putt. Just getting a better idea of the break. And I just got totally ka-chowed by the stainless steel barbecue outside the window here. Have some yellow spots in my eyes right now. But we'll get through it. Oh, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Denis. And Mitch Sutton's birdie putt is on the way, and he just misses out on that putt, just a little bit short. So he'll be settling for par. As we have a look at Andrew Harrison, the pride of Camrose, Alberta. Harrison taking a lengthy look for this birdie attempt on number 1. Putt's on the way. And that's a wonderful birdie putt to get his day started. So again, we're seeing a lot of birdie putts here on this first hole. It's as mentioned, we've seen a lot of great birdie attempts on the first hole, and we're back out on the 10th green as we catch back up to the group with Kyle Chung. As we watch a lengthy putt attempt from well back at the green. Definitely in the rear portion. And we have Kyle Chung here getting set to make his stroke. And he looked up right away from that one. Don't really know if he was particularly fond of that stroke. Didn't look too confident on that putt. Almost felt like there was a little bit of a hiccup or something to that effect with that last putting stroke that we saw. And Bedard just missing that putt. That putt for birdie. And coming up, we have Sean Mullen from England. This putt will be uphill. Should be just a little bit of motion there or movement. And he just missed just a shade short on that putt. Overall, good effort. Just needed a little more pace, as we have Kyle Chung looking to clean up for par. Just a little bit of housekeeping. And we have Marc-Andre Champagne of Saint Jean, Quebec, just gonna finish off for his par here as well on this 10th hole. 406 yards, par 4. And he neatly taps that one in as they make their way to the 11th tee. And back out to number 1. This would be the 9:48 tee time, consisting of Etienne Bro from Mercier, Quebec, Stephen Gonco from Sudbury, Ontario, and Cambridge, Ontario's Brendan Leonard. Brendan Leonard is one of those guys in this field that on moving day, I expect to see some movement from. He's no stranger to this tournament. He's had a couple of runner-up finishes here at the Coupe Canada, and I expect to see him make a serious move. We haven't seen anything out of him yet on Thursday or Friday, but the weekend brings out the cream of the crop, and that's when we see their best golf. And this looks like that'd be Etienne Bro from the right side of the fairway. He might be in the rough down that left side. Coming out of the shadows from that stand of blue spruce. Majestic blue spruce. And he'll have a nice uphill putt here coming up for his birdie attempt on number 1. Now looking at Brendan Leonard. As we've expected, we're going to be seeing a lot of very short wedges into this first green here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And somewhere out of the picture, we also have Sudbury's Stephen Gonco. I'm not sure how I feel about all these pros having their shirts untucked. I've seen a lot of that this weekend. Believe me, I am no elitist. If you ever met me, you would know that. But I know it just sort of kind of bugs me. It just doesn't look right. Maybe it's from past experiences in my life that I'm uncomfortable with sloppy dress. But here we are, and that's a nice. And I think that just hit the pin by Brendan Leonard with that short pitch from about 30 yards. Oh, I'd love to have another look at that. Which I will be able to do on YouTube at this very channel. After the event is over, I can go back and look, and dare I say it, I can listen to myself. And I know I don't want to do that. But that was a fantastic shot by Brendan Leonard. And there's a look at Jacob Lehman. Jacob Lehman is joined in this group by Jeremy Wilson of Innisfil, Ontario, and Scott Kerr from British Columbia, Vancouver to be precise, and that's who we're looking at right now, as Jeremy Wilson is coming up into the screen here on the 10th hole at Club de Golf Victoriaville on this moving day. Had the pleasure of talking to Jacob Lehman, who you see there. And I'm sorry, this is the 9th green. And we had the pleasure of talking to Jacob Lehman, who gave just an absolutely fantastic interview yesterday. Just a great guy to talk to. He's a real student of the game of golf, of the golf swing, and you can see the passion in his eyes when he talks about golf. Just top-notch, pure class. And this is Scott Kerr from the bunker. Lots of green to work with here. And that's a pretty nice result from the bunker for Scott Kerr from Vancouver, British Columbia. He'll have about 6 feet remaining for the save, and we have a second bunker shot coming up. This one from Jacob Lehman, who has a little less green to work with, but there's still some room for error. As Kerr's caddy is given a quick rake. Now we're going to just pay attention to this bunker shot. Jacob works with Scott Cowkes out of Devil's Pulpit, or the Pulpit Club as it's now known. And that was a great effort from that bunker. Very nice shot. Took a perfect amount of sand, and you could really see that splash afterwards. Or the divot, the impression left into the sand. We saw Scott Kerr's caddy there with the bucket hat on. It's a good day for a bucket hat. Gotta keep that sun off your body parts. There, kids. As Jeremy Wilson has a look at this putt from about 13 feet. This one's going to be uphill like we've seen all week. Not quite as much. It'll be a little bit quicker as this whole location is in the back right portion of the green. And Jeremy Wilson finishing off there for his par. We now have Scott Kerr and Jake Lehman both looking for their sand saves. The up and down for their pars. This pin location is 18 from the front and 6 paces from the right. And again, it is in the rear portion, the rear right corner of the screen on number 9. As Scott Kerr just misses on the low side. Lehman with a similar putt coming up. See if he learned from that little bit of break there. And that's been the recurring theme on the screen. Everything seems to be breaking to the left on this golf course, on this particular hole. So yours truly will have to put that into his memory banks. for any action that may or may not occur down the road. And it looks like Lehman is using one of those stability putter shafts from Breakthrough Golf Technology in his putter. So Lehman from 6 feet. There might be a hint of break, as we saw with Scott Kerr's. Oh, and that putt lips out, and he's going to actually have a lot more than he probably would have expected here on the 9th green. You don't want this one to get away on you. This is going to be a tricky little greasy slider, miserable little bugger of a putt coming up. And that could have went sideways in a hurry. And I'm pretty sure that Jacob is disappointed with that hole, as he'll be looking to bounce back. I've used the term golf amnesia. And this is a prime example where Lehman has to just put that behind him, head over to that 10th tee after reporting his 9-hole score, and go and follow that up with a birdie. But not to the point where you put so much pressure on yourself that you become tense. And after talking to him yesterday, I have a hard time believing that guy gets tense. He's just a pretty cool head as we look at the leaderboard, and we're going to take a short break.
Du 11 au 14 août, l'élite des golfeurs professionnels canadiens sera à Victoriaville. L'objectif, remporter la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.
And I'm your commentator. Welcome back to coverage of the 2022 Coupe Canada from Club de Golf Victoriaville. As we're looking at the 9th green here. That was Branson Ferrier from Barrie, Ontario, just making his putt. And this is our amateur, one of two remaining in the field, Francis Roulier, who has won the amateur division at this tournament on several occasions. He resides from Victoriaville, Quebec, and he is a local product of Club de Golf Victoriaville. And he just has this cleanup for bogey. He made a pretty bad decision on his shot that got him into the situation. He was off the green with a lot of real estate. Instead of going with something like a Texas wedge, because he opted to pull putter from the bag or hit a chip, he opted to just put a regular putting stroke on, and it barely made the front of the green. Barely made the putting surface. Ultimately, he missed his next putt, and as a result, he had another putt to make, and he had to settle for the bogey. It's all about course management, and if you have poor course management, you make a bad decision, it'll cost you on the golf course. So that's unfortunate for Roulier, who's following just one other amateur for that top amateur title, as we're just having a quick look at the leaderboard scroll. Also in that group was Branson Ferrier and Ryan Kern from Barrie, Ontario. Ryan had a first putt after hitting the green in regulation. His first putt came up just a shade short, and he settled for the par. And after hitting a pretty good golf shot into the 9th green, the pin location, which is closer than it looks on the pin sheet here, he ended up settling for a 2-putt par as well. So that brings us up to what happened on that 9th green. Just recently, we had the group of Sean Margesson from Fall River, Nova Scotia, tee off. And he was paired with Sani-Marc and Ty Saloni. Thanks to Ty, who I stopped over by the putting green to chat with for a couple seconds. He's a product of Eastern Michigan. He was a part of their men's golf team. And I asked him, I go, Ty, how do you say your last name? Is it Sloan or is it Saloni? He's like, Saloni. He's like, but I'll take anything. So note to future Alex, it's Saloni. So there you have it. We're all caught up. I also watched Baptiste Maury tee off, Daniel Kim, and Chris Weotter. And if there's a guy that I should ask how to say their name, it's Chris. Chris coming from Juno Beach, Florida. It's a long way from home, but that's the life of being a professional golfer. As we have a look at the happenings thus far, Jacob Lehman has picked up one stroke and has moved up 4 places on the leaderboard. Roland Menard has also moved up 3 spots, as has Carl Desjardins, who are actually at 1 over par. And I'm sorry, those gents did not make the cut. As we go back down to the first hole, and this is the group consisting of Ty Saloni, Sean Margesson from Fall River, Nova Scotia, and Sani-Marc of Quebec City, Quebec. Looks like we have Ty Saloni just in a little bit of maybe tree trouble here. He's at the very least in the rough down the right side of that fairway. Saloni being a lefty. And once again, he is a product of the Eastern Michigan men's golf team. Division I school. Playing in the MAC conference. Or Mid-American Conference. Other schools from that conference actually include Kent State. Of course, Kent State has produced several Canadian men's professional golfers. Corey Connors being one of them, I believe. There's a few golden flashes out there playing professional golf. So a little shout out to Kent State and their program. And nearest us is Sean Marston of Fall River, Nova Scotia. He's just waiting to go up to his second shot, I believe. In the meantime, we have Sonny Michaud, who is about to strike his next golf shot and has done so. And we see one very good approach shot there just below the pin, setting up what should be an excellent birdie opportunity.
There's one in the middle, on the 18th on the left, not far from the start. Yeah. Because probably that one has to see. That was the one I asked you for that. So move that one here. This one? And this one, yeah. Do you want me to read the other one? Sure. So the other one doesn't know. Put it wherever. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
As we're looking at the ninth green, and that is Kyle Chung from Brampton, Ontario that we're looking at. His father on the bag caddying for him today. He's going to have a lengthy uphill effort here from just off of the putting surface. Gonna have to put a little stank on this one. Gonna have to get it there. Had to really hammer that one, and again, I don't know if that's gonna be a good decision in the end by Kyle Chung. Would he have been better served to hit a pitch with a low lofted, higher lofted wedge? So say a pitching wedge even. You know, get that ball running a little bit, or even better yet, a rescue club or a high lofted fairway wood.
Yes, as instructed here, put the camera on the tripod, put it in a good position, put the power back on it, and leave it there. Do not turn it on until people pass the 12th. Over.
And we saw Marc-Andre Champagne from St. Jean, Quebec, eyeing things up. And that's a look at Sean Mullen from England. And just think, with Golf Zoogle and this feed on YouTube, depending on where you live in the world, you can watch this action. Say you're in England, for example, just tune in and we're right here live. As we have Marc-Andre Champagne with a putt on the way here. And unfortunately, he leaves that one well short as it was just starting to break in towards the cup.
Yes, you are. You're probably.
And we have Kyle Chung just having a quick look at things. He has a lot of work to do. Hopefully Kyle can save this this par attempt. Hopefully he doesn't pay for that bad choice, or what I think was a difficult decision on that shot. I think there was a better option out there than what he did. Nobody, including himself, has gotten any putt below the pin on this 9th green to the hole. There's only been a couple all week long so far, as Sean Mullen has a look at his putt. Putt's on the way, and that's a great roll, just a little bit of break as Mullen holes a 10-footer. And back to Kyle Chung. Kyle Chung had a start this year on PGA Tour Canada after Monday qualifying. Putts on the way, and Kyle misses on the low side. So, in fact, that poor decision from the front of the green really cost Kyle as he drops a stroke to the course as we head back to the first tee. And this is the opening tee shot of Thomas Code of Dorchester, Ontario, as we just quickly jump back out to Marc-Andre Champagne on the 9th. And this is Trevor Yu from Vancouver, British Columbia. Trevor electing to play for position here off this first tee. Striking an iron that's going to be in good shape down the fairway, just inside the 150, leaving a full wedge into this first green. As we have Marc-Andre Champagne checking in with one of the scorers from Golf Quebec, reporting his 9-hole score. And we're up on 10 green with Ryan Curran, Francis Rouillet, and Branson Ferrier. Or Ferrier. I think I'm going to roll with Ferrier for the rest of today. And we have just a little bit of an entourage following this group, and there is no doubt who they're here to watch. They are definitely here to watch Francis Rouillet, who is from Victoriaville, Quebec. Francis with some support, and rightfully so. Had a pleasure of talking to him during Wednesday's Pro-Am, and he was out there with some of the juniors that he helps to instruct out here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And when asked, every junior was having a great time out there on Wednesday during that Pro-Am. So well done to the program here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. Growing the game, one youth at a time. Jeune fille et jeune garçon. At this rate, I think if I were to stay in Quebec for another couple of days, 3 days, I'd be speaking full-blown French by the time I return home to St. Catharines, down in the Niagara region, for I'm sure it's much warmer than it is here, because that is indeed Canada's south coast, only because we're bordered on Lake Erie to the south of us, and of course Lake Ontario. But catching up here with Ryan Kern as he makes it looks like a chip from just off the surface. And again, almost every putt that we have seen this week so far from below the pin on anything of any substance, so 10 feet or more, no one is really getting the ball to the hole. I think the players are expecting it to be much quicker out there, and the reality is the greens are not quicker than they're thinking it would be. And this is Branson Ferrier from both the same position. We're going to see if he learned from Ryan Curran's effort there. almost looks like a carbon copy of Curran's effort and position and location. Oh, and he lips out there. That was a good effort. He definitely gave that one more of a crisp strike, and definitely had a little more oomph off that putter face. And Ryan Curran looking to finish up his 10th hole of the day. Don't look for too much here. That 2-foot range, just look at the back of the cup. Don't give the cup away here. Don't give the hole away. Putts on the way, and that's a good solid stroke, confident. And you can see some of the players warming up on the range here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. One little quirk about the course here is on the range, they can only hit a club that goes to 180. So they have to go to another golf course called Laurier, which is relatively close to this golf course, where they can actually hit driver if they need to do that. There are a couple of hidden cages here as well, as we're watching Brendan Ferrier make his putt and complete the par. And Francis Rouillet is going to finish up there as we just go right back to number 1. This is the first hole. Oh, sorry. This is the 12th hole. This is my first look at the 12th hole today. Or all week as far as that goes. And this is the group of Scott Kerr. We also have Mr. Rattray in there as well. Or sorry, Mr. Wilson. And no, we're not talking about Mr. Wilson from the old show Home Improvement. This is definitely Jeremy Wilson from Innisfil, Ontario. And Jacob Lehman is there somewhere. Oh, there he is in his almost... I look at him out here as a trademark visor with that tour visor look, that higher profile. But yeah, Jacob Lehman, he's over there too from Guelph, Ontario. And we don't really have a ton going on at the moment over here. They're just having a look. I see one ball mark. We see Scott Kerr having a look at his line, examining it, giving it a good look. You can see the cup there. The hole is cut on this 12th green, 24 on and 6 from the left. And Jeremy Wilson is now on the putting green. Although he may have been already, we just couldn't tell because he was out of the camera's field of view. As Scott Kerr with a putt, Scott from Vancouver, British Columbia, and that putt had very little break. It didn't move at all, and he missed well on the high side. And we're out at the 9th hole. And we're having a quick look at who's out there at the moment. And that is Austin Novak from Lancaster, New York. He's paired with Dom Lalonde from Chateauguay, Quebec, and Marc-Olivier Plas. And that was Dom Lalonde that we saw with that short game effort from just down in front of the green, as we join up at the 12th green with Jacob Lehman with a putt that just misses on the low side, just a touch. So that's unfortunate. And he settles for the par on number 12. And in the background there, from what seems, it's probably from about Longueuil, Quebec. It's far enough away to be from Longueuil, Quebec, down by Montreal. This is Marc-Olivier Place with his effort that comes up short. And that is Place's caddy that's pulling the pin. As Austin Nowak has to give this one a pretty good thwack. You almost gotta be whack-a-mole like those games at those arcades, you know, those midways, whack-a-mole. I think there's frog ones too, but either way, gonna have to nail it just to get it there. And that's a pretty healthy stroke. We'll see if that was enough. And no, it comes up short. Like I say, you gotta whack that mole. I'm sure he's disappointed with that effort. Yesterday, Austin was rocking the aviators, and I made a couple of Top Gun references. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me, Goose. And there's definitely no mistaking the pink hat of Dom Lalonde today. Definitely helped earlier with the fog. Helped the visibility, helped the starter on the first tee. The only thing missing out here this morning was a foghorn. And that was a great look and roll. Excellent weight, good read from Lalonde, who was trying to convert the up and down there. He fails to do so, and he's going to be settling for a bogey here on the par 4 ninth hole. And we have Marc-Olivier Place of Mercier, Quebec. Really trying to feel how much break there is. Just a brief little look with aim point there, or the aim point technique. Putting with a TaylorMade Spider putter. There shouldn't be a whole lot of break on this putt. Maybe left edge, which is where he was going, and there it is. A nice solid stroke by Place. As we have Austin Nowak, who's going to just tap this in. And complete his front nine on moving day. As we head over to the leaderboard and we take a look. So there's Jacob Lehman, currently on the golf course. These are your cuts. Of course, our leader is Jake Scott, who went on an absolute heater yesterday. He's at 15 under. Kevin Simard also went on a heater yesterday, and he went 9 under for his 18 holes yesterday as well. As we rejoin Kyle Chung, Marc-Andre Champagne, and Sean Mullen. So we're just seeing who's away here, and it looks like it's going to be Sean Mullen. And again, a reminder for those that are listening in or watching and you speak French, Maxime Lalonde will be along shortly to take over the commentary on this feed as we watch Sean Mullen just run his putt past the hole. Good solid effort from Sean Mullen. And Marc-Andre Champagne. You have a little putt, a little breaker here on this 10th green. This will have a little bit of movement on it from left to right. And it's a little bit uphill as well. And that's a wonderful putt by Marc-Andre Champagne. Very confident stroke. Just very stable on that particular putting stroke. As we head out back to the first hole. And this is a group consisting of Eddie Monder, David Lee Sheeman, and JJ Regan. And that looked like a pretty good shot from David Lee Sheeman. And actually, I'm going to take a short pause because we have a special guest here that's going to be joining us for a interview segment as we cut away to the first hole. And we'll be right back with a special guest. Well, hi, YouTube, and everyone watching on Golf Zoogle. I'm your host for the 2022 Coupe Canada, and welcome back. And also, welcome to my podcast. I'm joined by a special guest, and it's none other than your current leader at the top of the leaderboard, because where else would he be? I'm joined by Jake Scott. So, Jake, thanks so much for coming on and doing this before you head out on moving day.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So, we got to talk about this. Yesterday's round, Thursday, you play some great golf, and then all of a sudden, yesterday, you go on a real heater. And, you posted a 9 under yesterday for 18 holes after, your front nine was 5 under alone. Tell us about that round yesterday, first of all.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I'd say probably over the first 36 holes, I hit the ball well over the entire thing. It's just the first 18, we had some troubles from short range putting, and I worked hard overnight and kind of put it together. And yesterday was kind of what happens when it all comes together in one day, Hit the ball very well the whole day. I think I hit 16 or 17 greens, and I didn't really miss any putts, probably inside 6 to 8 feet, So that's kind of what happens, when you manage it well, you hit a lot of par fives and two, and you hit a lot of greens and make some birdie putts.
That's awesome. So how is this golf course setting up for your game overall? Like, do you prefer drawing the golf ball? Do you prefer hitting a cut?
I don't really try to work it, but I'd say almost 100% of my misses are left to right.
They are, eh?
First, the course sets up well for me, but the reason I love this place is you've got every single type of golf hole and every single type of shot you have to play out here. You got 6 5s, 6 4s, and 6 par 3s. So you're hitting anywhere from a wedge to a long iron on par 3s. You're having par 5s that are driver short iron, and then 3-shot holes like 16 that are just brutally difficult. It kind of tests every single part of your golf game out here.
Now, I ran into you this morning at breakfast down at the hotel, and I made a little comment to you about your golf swing. And I'm going to tell you what I told you back at the restaurant there, so the whole world knows. Everyone, you got to check out the swing of Jake Scott. You got to stay tuned to this live stream because he has one of the best motions that I've seen. It's just so smooth. You make it look so easy. The way you get your hips through that golf ball, everything clears nicely. Mechanically speaking, your swing is top notch. Who do you work with? Do you work with a coach? Is that a homemade golf swing?
It's a homemade golf swing.
I used to
work with a guy when I was much younger, but over the last 12, 13 years, it's basically just been a couple tweaks here and there. But for the most part, just same golf swing for a long time, refining a little bit here and there. I'd have to say, I think most of my golf swing just comes down to worrying about setup. So I don't think that much about motion or anything like that. We made one small change this week that's made a huge difference, but for the most part, it's just been worrying about my setup, ball position, club head, things like that. That kind of make it easy to maybe focus on things before I actually start moving the golf club.
And after this event, how's the rest of your year looking? What are your long range plans?
Well, I've been playing PGA Tour Canada this year, and I had a really good start to the year. I'd really like to have a good finish in these next 4 weeks to get up near the top of the Fortinet Cup, and hopefully maybe we can either get outright status on Corn Ferry or go to final stage Q School. But I'm already playing fairly well, so I think we have a good chance at least starting in second stage. So, the goal is to play some really good golf the next 4 weeks going into the championship. And then if it doesn't happen, we just go back to Corn Ferry Q School and kind of grind it out just like we're doing right now and get some status for next year.
So, okay, right now you're playing PGA Tour Canada. You're out here for Coupe Canada. Where was your beginnings for your golf career? Where did this all start?
A long time ago now. I've been playing pro golf, I think, since 2009. So I've been out here 13 years, off and on. Now, I haven't played full-time since, but I've been playing full-time for a long time, but I worked as a club pro for a couple of years back in 11 and 12. Played very well at the end of 2012, and I was in the PGA of America and decided to go back playing full-time again. And I had Corn Ferry status in 14, and I've been off and on with Canada and LATAM the last 8-9 years. But last year was my first year having exempt status, and it's a whole different ball game when you have a set schedule. You show up on Tuesday or Wednesday. You know you're in a 4-day event, and you can plan your whole year around that. It kind of suits my game a little more than playing Monday qualifiers and one-day shootouts all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes your life a little just more stable for both yourself and your team. Yourself and your caddy. And just finishing up real fast because we got to get you out there and start going through your routine. Because again, I mean, we just appreciate any time that you have spent with us here today. Sure. Both on the feed with Golf Zoogle and T-Box Chatter. What's the game plan moving forward? Do you have Sani-Marc on your tail? And a whole bunch of other guys too.
There's a lot of guys there. Sani-Marc played some really impressive golf yesterday. I mean, I felt like I didn't leave a lot out there, so to go out and shoot 9 under behind me was pretty good. I haven't seen his game yet, but I imagine it's going to be a pretty good battle today. But this golf course, you have to keep the ball in play off the tee. You just have to avoid short-siding yourself. And I think there's a lot of birdies to be made out there. You just can't make dumb mistakes. You can't get above the hole. Can't miss the green on the short side.
And I've just been tossed a little note here. How do you feel about Liv? If Liv came to you and said, "Hey, Jake, have we got a deal for you?" Do you take the deal? Is it deal or no deal?
It's no deal.
It's no deal for sure.
I could go on for days about it, but let's just say that I don't think it's the best thing for the game of golf in the short term here. So
all right,
we'll see how it goes, how it pans out. But hopefully we have a good system for growing young players and competitive golf at the top rather than what's going on, around the world right now. So,
and I forgot one other question earlier.
Sure.
Did you play university golf?
I did. I played at Cleveland State about 1 million years ago now. I played 05 to 09. Wasn't a particularly good player going into college, to be honest. I was okay at the state level, but I was fortunate that I had some good golf courses to play in. I played every event through college for 4 years, and by the time I came out, I was ready to play some pro golf. And even though I had a little bit of a rough start in 2010, it's something I've always wanted to do, obviously. So I've just kept working at it, and it's gotten better and better since.
Well, awesome, and I really appreciate you stopping by here and visiting the Golf Zoogle Nerve Center and having a little chat on T-Box Chatter.
Absolutely.
So everyone, be sure to stay tuned to the action here. Jake's going to go out there and keep firing and keep doing Jake Scott things. So signing off from Club de Golf Victoriaville is Alex from T-Box Chatter. Take care, stay safe, and we'll see you on the next tee.
Départ au trou numéro 6.
And welcome back to commentary for the 2022 Coupe Canada from Club de Golf Victoriaville. I'm your commentator, Alexander Toth, and right now we're just catching up on the 9th green. This is Brandon Rattray of San Bruno, Quebec. He is our amateur, one of our 2 remaining amateurs, and coming into today's moving day, he was the top amateur by 2 strokes over Francis Rouillet. I've had the pleasure of watching Brandon hit a few golf balls live during the first couple of days of this event, and he has a great action, great looking swing, the young guy out of St. Bruno, Quebec, so keep an eye open for him. Oh, and that's a fantastic bunker shot. Absolutely class bunker shot.
Golfers approaching 17 tee. Yeah, roger that. 17 green canister.
And that was Charles Wang from Bradenton, Florida, with that awesome effort from that trap.
Negative.
And we have Brett Webster with an effort coming up. Brett Webster from Abbotsford, British Columbia. And we're looking at about a 9-foot putt coming uphill. And there might be just a smidge, a tiny smackerel of break here. Looks like it's going to go left to right. And he just misses that putt on the low side as he finishes up. But staying with Brandon Rattray, things are on the rise for that young man as we go back to the first tee and we catch up with Richmond, BC's Zahadali Nathu. Looks like he's going fairwaywood or a rescue of some sort. Good looking action. Looked like Etienne Papineau liked it, who was first to tee off in that group, and they are joined by Niagara Falls, Ontario's Freddie D'Angelo. And Ben Rattray from above the cup, back portion of the green, and that's just a disappointing result. And he's not too happy about that effort, and you can definitely see it. So he'll just go and gather himself on that walk over to the 10th tee, and it was a pretty quick walk as well. So hopefully he composes himself and gets right back on the horse. And as we look at the 12th green, and this is the group with Austin Nowak, Dom Lalonde, who is just marking his ball, and Marc-Olivier Plas. So we're looking at Austin Nowak here with a lengthy putt from downtown Victoriaville, the far end of town. And Austin just drove that one right through the break and past the cup. Pretty strong effort there from the Lancaster, New York native.
Just lunches and soft drinks and stuff.
Oh, it's soft drink, so like iced tea?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just asking for what Gatorade is. What's his budget every time?
And Lalonde eyeing up his putt from about 6 feet, give or take. And well hold. And Marc-Olivier Ploss having a look at his putt here from about 3 feet. Maybe he's seeing a little something or feeling a little something with his feet. And Ploss holds his putt. And back to Nowak from Lancaster, New York. And our view is a little bit obscured at the moment. There seems to be a weird blue smog here in Victoriaville, Quebec all of a sudden. And quite frankly, I have no clue what happened there, but Nowak obviously sunk his putt, and off they go. And we're back out to the first fairway. We were catching up with one of our most recent groups to tee off here. And that is a class shot. From Nathu Zidali, the way it looks. We're looking at Freddie D'Angelo in the blue polo. And also out there is Etienne Papineau. Freddie D'Angelo from Niagara Falls has a short wedge into this short par 4. And he runs that one just past the pin, leaving himself a remaining 7 to 8 feet for the birdie attempt. So this is the group of Etienne Papineau from Saint-Jean, Quebec, who has a PGA Tour start earlier this year from the Waste Management Open, who was kind enough to join us yesterday in the Goofzoogle Nerve Center. He taught us what it was like to be in that 16th hole at the stadium course there in Scottsdale, as he's going to just quickly finish up his putt here just to tidy things up around the green. And that's a easy kick and birdie for Papineau to get his day started. So we're looking at Zahadali Nathu, who hails from Richmond, British Columbia. Zahadali can be referred to by his nickname as well, Ziggy. So Ziggy Nathu. He's a 23-year-old, might be 24 now, from Richmond, British Columbia, and he recently turned professional after playing his golf career at the University of British Columbia. He's a former ice hockey player, and he started playing hockey when he was 4 years old. Started playing golf when he was 8, and lo and behold, a couple years later, or more than a couple holes later, or a couple years later, holes. I'm looking at a golf hole. Here he is, playing in Coupe Canada. He plays often on the Vancouver Golf Tour. And in his third ever professional start, which was on that very Vancouver Golf Tour, he had one victory. And we're going to watch Freddie D'Angelo here. He was looking pretty confident and pretty chill on the putting green prior to his round. I was talking to his brother, who is on his bag. He's his caddy. And I asked him how Freddie was feeling today, and he's like, "Oh, he's ready." So we're going to maybe see some pop out of the young man from the falls, Niagara Falls. I forgot where I was for a second. There's many falls. And that's a great start for Freddie D'Angelo with the birdie. That's a great putt. Well, his brother didn't lie. And out to the 9th, where we pick up Blair Hamilton's group. Blair Hamilton is with Stephen Thomas and Pierre-Alexandre Bedard. Stephen Thomas using that ski pole putter or long putter. There's been a few golf balls back on that portion, or back in that spot, that little fall off area from the green. That is at the rear right quadrant. And Thomas marks his ball and picks it up. He's going to have about 3 feet remaining. And now we have Blair Hamilton. Blair taking a great look at this putt, or upcoming putt, having a look at his line. And that's Pierre-Alexandre Bedard with just missing. Now, to me, it looks like the greens are starting to speed up a little bit. They're getting a little more pace. As you might expect, the sun is out, the course is drying. And we're back to the first tee for Max Sekulik from Rycroft, Alberta. Also in that group are Troy Bomer and Max Gilbert from St. George, Quebec. And Blair Hamilton's effort back on the 9th green. Runs a little past the hole. That was downhill the whole way. And I'm definitely going to suggest that this green is picking up pace. So where the greens were pretty slow this morning because of all the dew that we had, it was a much different looking morning if you're just tuning in. We had quite a fog over the golf course, a lot of dew. There was just a lot of moisture in the air as we just watched Stephen Thomas hole out his putt. And now it's given way to just a beautiful day. The sun is warm. I won't say hot, but the sun is warm on the body. And personally speaking, from a strictly geriatric standpoint, it feels good on my body, and I understand why people move to Phoenix, Arizona, and Florida for the winter from up here. I totally get you. I hear you. I understand as we watch Blair Hamilton make that putt. And we're going to just take a pause and take in this little promo regarding Coupe Canada and everything that is this tournament. And I think there's a little bit of a Golf Zoogle message in here too, but I digress. Oh, there it is, it's Golf Zoogle. That's a good looking graphic, if I must say so myself. We'll be right back. And welcome back to commentary for the 2022 Coupe Canada from Club de Golf de Victoriaville. I'm your commentator, Alexander Toth, and you can find me on social media at the next T and then CA for Instagram, and you can just find me on T-Box Chatter, my golf podcast, and the next T.ca for golf reviews, news, and a whole bunch more as we're looking at number 1 green. And that's Max Gilbert from St. Georges, Quebec, as we head over to the first tee. And we're down to the last 2 groups to tee off. And it looks like we've already had Austin Ryan hit his opening tee shot here for the final round, as we're looking at Drew Nesbitt from Toronto, Ontario. Nesbitt spoken very highly of by one of his peers yesterday. Going driver off the tee. And likely looking to hit a cut. That's where his belt buckle is indicating that it's going to end up. And looks like it's going to be a great result down there. And Eric Banks, the 2019 champion, is up next on the tee, back at the first tee. So different approach here by Eric Banks, whom I was waiting for to make a move all week for the first 2 days, and sure enough, yesterday it ended up happening. So he's definitely in contention, the 2019 champion of this event. And he's going iron off this tee on the first hole here, as that should neatly find the fairway well inside the 150-yard marker. Eric Banks from, oh boy, Kipsimasis. He's from New Brunswick. Yeah, he's from New Brunswick, because I cannot say that word for the life of me. Quispumsis? There, Quispumsis, New Brunswick. That's still wrong. I can just feel it. But we're out at the 9th green at the moment. I'm probably going to have nightmares about that enunciation that I just attempted to make. Definitely going to keep me up at night as we check in on Andrew Harrison from Camrose, Alberta. And that was a pretty good knock by Thomas. Or sorry, Andrew Harrison. He made it up to the hole, and he had to give that putter head all it could take to get it there. As we look in on Mitch Sutton from London, Ontario, with a quick plumb bob. Or shall I say plumb bob? Because I think it said plumb bob. And Vincent Blanchette is the 3rd member of this party. Mitch Sutton stepping into his putt. Makes his stroke. And just misses that putt. Now, I think Blanchette can be very affirm with this next stroke coming up. He is putting back up into the slope here. So even on this putt, which is going to be about 5 to 6 feet, he can be firm.
It's comparable to yesterday's view. It could, if it can go closer, let's put it closer.
Oh, and he missed that on the low side. Don't know if that was a read or just a bad stroke. Could have been a poor lapse in judgment. And a nice up close look at Andrew Harrison. Just don't give the hole away here. Maybe a left edge. And a good solid stroke. As we make our way back to the first green. That's a look at Drew Nesbitt. And we have one nice shot just below the pin, sitting there at about 4 feet away. And that's Austin Ryan from about 40 yards away. And that one lands probably a little bit longer than he had intended. And by the time the ball came to a stop after the release, he's looking at about a 13-footer downhill putt. And now we have Eric Banks. There is a bunker over there, and I'm pretty sure that this particular shot is from the bunker. He has plenty of green to work with. Okay, so he might have just missed that bunker. And that was a pretty quick pitch that landed just a little too far. So he's going to have that left. That could be an upcoming birdie putt, as that could have been his drive that was sitting down pin high. And we were catching up to Jacob Lehman from Gulf, Ontario. And here's a look at a new hole for us during the coverage this week. Jacob going iron here. It might be a utility iron or a driving iron. Challenging that dog leg to cut off a fair amount of distance. And I want to say this is a 16th hole, but I'm not too sure. I've only been around the golf course once on a cart. I'm going to just confirm that. 18th tee. And that is the 18th tee. As we have a little bit of a chuckle here with Jeremy Wilson from Innisfil, Ontario. Jeremy going with metal wood. Good shoulder turn. He gets that lead chin down well past the chin. Something that you're going to notice by seeing all these guys today at Coupe Canada, and something that you can pick up for your own game. If you have a block or a push, or you're just a horrible slicer of the ball, I guarantee you, you're not dropping your lead shoulder enough. And that'll cause you to lack power too. So let's watch Scott Kerr taking iron off this tee. He's a long hitter. I'm pretty sure on Thursday during the first round, we were watching another group putting on number 1. And all of a sudden, this golf ball comes zipping through. And, well, I'm pretty sure it was the golf ball of Scott Kerr that went through the back of the green here on number 1, which is what we're looking at right now. And Austin Ryan about to make his putt. Austin Ryan has been playing some pretty solid golf during 2022, mostly on the Great Lakes Tour. Set a course record at Niagara National Golf and Country Club in Stevensville, Ontario during the GLT Niagara Open. And he just lips out that birdie effort. Drew Nesbitt from Toronto, Ontario, who's trying to make the up and down here. And that putt just lips out El Clanco. Or I guess since I'm in Quebec, it should be La Planco, but because it is not feminine, it's masculine, I guess that would be Le Planco or Clanco. Either way, this quick French 101 brought to you by Golf Zoogle. And we check in back on the first tee. These are our leaders getting ready to tee off. Up first is the sweet swinging Jake Scott, who was nice enough to check in here, as you might recall, earlier in the coverage today. And now we got standard bearers out there as well. And his swing is just so silky smooth. Just the way he clears his hips. I just admire that golf swing of Jake Scott. He's our leader. He is 15 under as he starts his day today. And right behind him is Kevin Fortin-Simard from Chicoutimi, Quebec, who had a great day yesterday on cut day. He went 9 under for the day. Coming in 2 strokes behind at 13 under. And the chase is officially on. And teeing off is a young pro from Kingston, Ontario, home of Gord Downey and the tragically hip Noah Steele. Noah Steele winning as an amateur last year at the TPC Toronto Osprey Valley. And if memory serves me correct, he's now a brand ambassador for said golf club as well. Let him go iron off the tee here. Could be a driving iron, and that's a good looking motion as well from the youngster out of Kingston, Ontario. So all of our groups have teed off this morning and early afternoon, and things are about to get really, really serious. And I'm looking forward to taking some of the action here today. Now you're looking at the brothers Gonco. Playing today is Stephen Gonco. His brother Michael failed to make the cut, so instead he's caddying today for his brother. And I would definitely concur with what Stephen is seeing there. It's definitely gonna go right to left for sure. Hundo P, if you will, as in 100%. Talking at length here. And I think we're looking at Brennan Leonard there with a lengthy putt, opting to leave the pin in, leaving it short. And that was, in fact, Brennan Leonard. And now we'll look at Etienne Bro from Mercier, Quebec. Or Etienne Brew. And we have Bro just having a look. He's got a long putt here. He's going to have to slobber knock this one. In a way as to absolutely punish the golf ball as that putt comes up short. And we'll stay here just a little bit longer before we head back down towards the first hole. This is Stephen Gonko, who with his brother Michael have had a long look at this putt, or chip as it is off the putting surface. Started it well above the hole. Oh, that was a good effort from there. Had the right idea, that's for certain. Now, one thing I can't tell between the two Gonkos, or that I haven't really thought to look for, because I have a bit of a tough time differentiating between the two of them. Are they twins? Is one older? Anyways, back to the first fairway, and what a shot. Gotta love how that golf ball sucked back. That's what golfing dreams are made of. What a way to start your round. So that's going to be an excuse me birdie, or should all be almost an uncertainty at this point. And that was Kevin Fortin-Simard. So he's looking, wow. And here we go. That was another great shot into this first tee, or first green, sorry. I looked down for a split second, and I'm pretty sure that was the shot of Jake Scott. And someone's golf ball just sort of kind of landed on the green. Landed pretty hot. Like a night in Brisbane, Australia. Or a day in Death Valley, California, and it came to screaming halt as it hit the rough. So we have a little bit of an entourage here on that first fairway. Galleries are starting to show up here, and we'll be back in a few moments. and welcome back to ongoing coverage of the 2022 Coupe Canada from Club de Golf Victoriaville, as we're just checking in here on the 12th green with Mitch Sutton, who just left his putt a little bit low for a tough non-make there on this 12th green. And also in this group is Vincent Blanchette and Andrew Harrison of Camrose, Alberta. As we are getting our earlier looks, at least from a commentary standpoint, of the 18th green today, and we have a slightly different angle, and it's fantastic. It's going to allow us to see this entire golf hole today. Approach shots from this angle, and we also have a camera set up on 18T as well. And we're just catching up here on the 18th with Ryan Kern, Francis Roulier, and Branson Ferrier. That's such a great overhead look at that green. I think that's a new angle for today. Is that a new camera location? Is that the one that we've had all day? All week? Oh, well, what do I know anyways? Jeez. I'm just the good looks of this outfit, and I use that term loosely because I have a face for radio. But anyways, we're just looking at Branson Ferrier here, who has a long uphill putt, and he's put on a decent stroke on that one. Not quite enough weight as it died and weakly flailed to the left like a fish out of water, ending up just short of the hole. It's a great looking golf hole, this 18th. It's a great look. We have Francis Roulier just off of our monitor here. And there he is there. Giving you an idea where his golf ball is. It's just sitting just in front of the rough there. It's on the collar of the green. And this one is definitely going to have some movement, where I've been referring to some putts here as sliders. This is going to be a full-blown breaking ball, if we're going to stick with some quasi-baseball terminology. That's very well judged. And whoa. And there's going to be a little bit of a shaky, testy putt coming up. And Francis Roulier's caddy just having a little discussion there with Ryan Kern as we catch up to the 9th hole here. And that was Sean Margison from Fall River, Nova Scotia. As we get back to Ryan Kern here on 18. This putt is pin high. There's not going to be a whole lot to this one. I'm thinking there's less break than what there truly is, as he's just going straight across the green here. From that side, there might be a little bit of downhill here, so we're going to see how quickly this putt goes. And judging from that putt, I think he actually expected more out of that putt, more of a roll. I think he's legitimately surprised, as in Ryan Kern, as to that putt actually coming up short. And back to 9. You can see that group over on 18 just in behind us here. And someone has a very nice house across the Nicolette River. They have a couple of dogs that we've heard barking on and off throughout the week here. Friendly looking buggers. I should have said friendly looking doggos. Who doesn't love a good doggo? And that's a good looking effort right there from Sani-Marc of Quebec City, Quebec. And now we're looking at Ty Saloni. Ty Saloni, a product out of Eastern Michigan, and their men's golf program. And he gave that one a pretty firm stroke. If anything, maybe the line was a little bit misjudged. Ty Saloni. In a way, it reminds me of that song by The Knack, My Sharona. Ty Saloni. So back to Sean Marston from Fall River, Nova Scotia. Couldn't quite make out the logo on the sleeve of his shirt there, but I believe that is Fall River Golf Club or something to that effect on that left sleeve. One of his sponsors. And Sean makes a nice with a very nice make there. That putt coming from about 8 feet. And now we have Sani-Marc. He's taking his time looking at this putt, examining it. Making sure there's nothing tricky about this one at the last second. It might be left edge, this putt. Don't give the hole away, whatever you do. And make sure that you just accelerate and don't decel on that putt. And perfect, that's a very excellent looking putting stroke right there. Acknowledging the fans here in attendance. And now Ty Saloni from Long Sault, Ontario. And a good stroke there. Nice pendulum. You got to let that pendulum swing. As they're going to go report their scores to the Golf Quebec official over there. That's Emerald. Which translates to the word emerald, as it turns out. And we're checking in over here on the 10th. That looked like Daniel Kim just finishing up his 10th hole. And 18T, this is Kyle Chung, starting it over the tall evergreen tree, just down the right side there, working its way back, probably with a draw towards the center left of the fairway on this final hole here, the closing hole at Club de Golf Victoriaville. 18th hole measuring at 371 yards. And we have Sean Mullen getting ready to hit his tee shot here. Just a quick look there. I believe we're looking at a metal wood of some sort. It's definitely a metal, probably a 3, could be a 5. Okay, and we had just a little bit of lag there, but it's not necessarily a bad thing because you really got to see this golfer drive down and through the ball and extend fully down the line, something that everyone at home can actually take advantage of to improve their game. As soon as you start yanking that club inside on the way through impact, you're in trouble. And Marc-Andre Champagne. And I mean, we haven't had a whole lot of looks at it. I haven't talked about this 18th tee at all this week until now. But that was one thing that was definitely talked about as I was shown the course on Wednesday evening. It was that, you know, a lot of guys are going to be taking shots high and above the trees. As we have our look at the leaderboard, we've noticed that Jake Scott has gone now to 16 under par to lead the tournament. 3 clear of Kevin Fortin Simard. Sani-Marc at 7 under. He's 2 under on the day. We have Branson Ferrier, who has a nice round going at 3 under currently through 13. Some of our even guys are still at even, and we're going to take a short break for this video.
Du 11 au 14 août, l'élite des golfeurs professionnels canadiens sera à Victoriaville. L'objectif, remporter la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.
And welcome back to live commentary here on a live stream presented by Golf Zoogle of the 2022 Coupe Canada, sponsored by Sani-Marc Fenergic. So right now we're on the 9th putting green. We're looking at Brendan Lacoste. He's here, and he's the gentleman that you're looking at without the cap on. That looks like Barker out of British Columbia. That's Bryce Barker, to be precise, and Saptak Talwar from New Delhi, India. And that's Saptak there in the pink polo with khakis. So, not too long after this event, Brandon Lacoste is on his way to DP World Tour, where he'll be performing and playing in a event in France in September. So congratulations, Brandon, on getting to DP World Tour, and good luck in France. That was information received yesterday here at Club de Golf Victoriaville, as we're getting up close and personal with Saptak Talwar. You better not be right behind him. So we're having a pretty good look here at what Saptak is having to look at as well. And that putt coming up well short here on the 9th hole at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And the unique stylings of Bryce Barker out of Vernon, British Columbia. Now, if I were to ask him why he does that, I would think that it gives him an idea of feel for the length of stroke. I do something similar every now and then with short game, especially when I practice. I'll pretend I'm lobbing a ball into a green underhand. And it puts on the way from Bryce Barker. And if there was a gust of wind out of the north today, that might have blown into the hole. So that's a pretty good effort from Bryce. Great look at the birdie opportunity. Settles for the par as Brandon Lacoste is getting ready to step in and make his putt. Shouldn't be a whole lot going on here with this putt. He also stopped by and gave a very candid interview yesterday as well, and it was just awesome to get to know Brandon Lacoste, and that's a great look at the birdie. So well done for Brandon Lacoste as he goes and makes the turn. Brandon having a caddy on the bag today. And Saptak Talwar for about 2 feet. And to save par. And this is a fantastic angle. We're getting up pretty close to the players here. And there's a really good look at what the grass looks like, or the turf. Turf team taking great care of the greens here at Club de Golf Victoriaville, as Saptak Talwar indeed makes that par putt. And we're looking at hole 10, where we have David Lee Sheeman, Eddie Monder, and JJ Regan from Waterdown, Ontario. Waterdown's a little bit of a suburb, I guess, of the Hamilton-Burlington area for those in the know. Pretty nice area. Not overly built up. Not as pretty as what we're looking at right now on this golf course. And Eddie Monder's putt is on the way. And that putt comes up just short. And it just sort of kind of ran out of fuel as it got up towards the hole. And David Lee Sheeman is waiting to make his putt here. This putt will run a little bit slow as it's going back up into the green. However, it's not like a grain like you would see on courses down south where you see a lot of Bermuda strains of grass, Tiftorf Eagle, all that kind of stuff. But there is still grain nonetheless, as you can tell by how dark the grass is going down towards the player. Or sorry, there's a shine there. A bit of a luster. And he didn't like that stroke. It looks like he just made a poor stroke there. Might have come across pulling the putt just a little bit. I think if you were to ask him, he definitely left that one on the course. That's a putt that he knows he should have had, or definitely thinks he should have had. And JJ Regan. Making this putt from around the same 4 foot. And we're waiting for JJ Regan to make his putt. It's on the way. And that's a tough lip out. Pretty sure he's given the hole and the superintendent the stink eye right now for cutting the hole where maybe it was a poor cut job. I'm sure that's not the case. It's never his fault, though. It's never the pro's fault. That's the thing. It's always maybe one blade of grass was out of the way, or, you know, it was a poorly cut hole. But either way, off he goes. And whether he made par or bogey there, I'm not 100% on, as they fade out of the screen. And we'll be catching them later on, perhaps on 12 green, maybe on 17T. Either way, we will be seeing them a little bit later on. And we're looking up the fairway at number 9. And this is the 11:05 group of Johan Benson of Pincourt, Quebec, Alexis Clement from Drummondville, Quebec, and Yannick Lamar from Saint-Lambert, Quebec. And as we look at the leaderboard, Jake Scott's opening up just a little bit more here, up by 5, 3 under through 5 holes today. Freddie D'Angelo is definitely on a heater. My goodness, he's 5 under. I think that was through 7 holes. And now he's up in second place. We've seen Ryan Austin fall off the pace a little bit, but that's only because there's some great golf being played ahead of him by D'Angelo and Jake Scott. Later on, we'll be checking in with the swing of Freddie D'Angelo, and it's a swing to behold. His angles, everything about the golf swing is pretty cool. Chris Weeder from Juno Beach, Florida, he's moved up 3 spots, 2 under on today's round through 9 holes, and he's sitting at 7 under. And we have Jesse Smith on the rise from Oswego, Ontario, currently 3 under for a total of 5 under. And today is such a great day out there. There's hardly a breath of wind or a breeze. It's beautiful weather. And again, the course is open for scoring. It is definitely there for the taking. And we're seeing some of the proverbial cream rising to the top with D'Angelo making a move, Jake Scott doing Jake Scott things. Brief time that I've been following Jake Scott, which has been about a month now, admittedly. We've, it's just easy to say Jake Scott things. He's just a steady, solid stick. Definitely on the rise. And we were fortunate enough to have him in for an interview before his round today. So later on, go back and check out that interview that he had as part of my T-Box Chatter Golf podcast, and of course Golf Zoogle, who carried that interview. And in close and tight, I believe that's the bag of Johan Benson. Talked a little bit about Benson, and he's a former caddy for a few players on the PGA Tour. So he's made the transition from caddy to boss. And we have Alexis Clement and Yannick Lamar as part of this group as well. A lengthy putt coming up for Benson. And that putt comes up short, as you might have expected. It's been the issue all week. It makes you wonder if the players are thinking that these greens are rolling quicker just because of the way the greens are looking right now, their actual visual appearance. Because they look like they should be rolling quick, but it's just not happening for any of these putts from down below the pin. And this is Alexis Clement from Drummondville, Quebec. Golden lead hand low. And we'll see if Clement is able to get his ball to the hole here. Going with the flag in. So I'm expecting him to put a little more hit on this one. And it just lands a little short of the hole. Being denied that gratifying clank off the pin and plastic of the cup. And now we have Yannick Lamar from off the surface. And we have just a few more people starting to gather around the 9th green. Gonna have to give this a little bit of a pop stroke here, I would say, to get that ball out of that fringe collar area with the pin pulled. And that effort coming up a little bit short from Lamar. And it looks like Yannick is away again. And that's well hold. Lamar with the power putt. As Benson's going to try to do the same here. Johan Benson. And Lexi Clement here is going to have just a couple of feet for his par. Having a good look here. Stepping into his putt. Just a firm, solid stroke here, and that should find the back of the cup. And we go out to the 18th tee as we pick up Brandon Says. Showing a little bit of concern after that tee shot. I would say he doesn't look very pleased with that shot, to say the least. Maybe there was something just lacking with a strike. Maybe off the toe a little bit and a little bit of a block. But he'll go for a walk and find his ball down there. And Tristan Renault from Sudbury, Ontario, going Metalwood. Clearing the trees of this dog leg, and he'll have a nice short iron into the green here on number 18 as Derek Gillespie steps in and tees up his golf ball. And his line is going to be similar to the first two players that we saw in this group. And Gillespie's drive looks like it'll be a pretty good result there. I would suggest that that's going to draw back towards the center left of the fairway. Nice controlled shot. As we catch up to the 10th green with a group of, once again, Lacoste, Barker, and Talwak. Or sorry, Saptak Talwar. So Soptalk Tower is, well, we'll get back to Soptalk in a couple seconds here as we catch up with the next group coming into the 9th green. And we're looking at Jason Fetcher, Sebastian Sani-Marc, and Lucas Kim. This is Lucas Kim here. He's looking pretty cool, composed, a little wry smile there. Attaboy, Lucas. And there's Sebastian Sani-Marc. We should be seeing a vape pen come out at any given time. Every now and then you'll see this big puff of what appears to be smoke coming out of his mouth as he plays. And, you know, he reminds me of a old steam locomotive from the 1800s. Chugging down the tracks. And that's a good looking bunker shot. Nice splash. And people refer to him as sea bass. I was talking to one of the players yesterday, and you know, they sort of kind of complained, jokingly of course, about how good Sani-Marc is and the fact that he can go off any moment and win any given event on any given week. That he has that kind of talent. And Lucas Kim from Richmond Hill, Ontario, part of the Greater Toronto area. As our cameraman is slowly lurking him like a panther on the prowl. And that was Jason Thresher from back off the rear portion of the green. Don't know if the golf ball made it as far down as the rough. I would think that it would have, because there's nothing really stopping it to roll off the surface and end up into the long stuff. So that was a pretty good shot where you had to expect no spin. As we're looking not quite down the line, as our cameraman is doing very well to stay out of the player's way. It's gonna be a slow putt. Should be a little bit of break right to left. It's just start to turn, and not quite enough mustard on that hot dog. And speaking of hot dogs, I think Lucas Kim is going to throw a little bit of relish on there just for extra measure, just to make sure that this hole doesn't get away on him. And he has successfully thrown the relish on there after a little bit of mustard, as he's trying to, you could say, catch up to the rest of the field. And we're looking at Sebastian Sani-Marc. Sani-Marc has about 10 feet here, I would say. Maybe actually a little bit more, because he's a pretty tall dude. So we'll put two of them down on the ground there, visualize 12. Yeah, we'll go with about 13 feet. And that was really slow going in that direction. I'm actually a little surprised by that one, to be honest. With the amount of slope that we have on the green, on this back portion for the Sunday placement. Or Sunday. Sorry, I lost a day. Yeah, Today is Samedi, or Saturday. It's a nice day to be in the stands, taking the action here at the 2022 Coupe Canada. Not a bad day for a round of golf, if you're into that sort of thing. And chances are that if you're watching this live feed right now, or even the recording of this after the fact, chances are you probably do golf. And if you don't, it's a fun game that you can play at any age, and I highly recommend that you take it up. And that's a nice putt by Jason Tetcher out of Connecticut in the United States of America. And Sani-Marc here for the completion of his front nine here today on moving day at the 2022 Coupe Canada. And we're gonna just break away real fast as we head down quickly to the 18th green, where we have Derek Gillespie getting ready to make his putt. Gillespie from about 10-11 feet. Putt's on the way, looking real good, and it just comes up short. I think you're gonna be hearing grumbling coming from his mouth, as repressed as it is. He looks like he really needs to grumble, let off some steam here. Does Gillespie. As we watch Tristan Renault finish up his third round. And we're going to cut away and take a brief break. All right, and welcome back as we have rejoined action here on the 9th green. This is a group of Etienne Papineau, Freddie D'Angelo, and Zahaldi Nathu. So far, as we've looked at the leaderboard, we've seen on moving day, one of the biggest movers by far has been Freddie D'Angelo. But Etienne Papineau is in this group, as is Nathu, and they've obviously both shown that they can go low at any given time. So Ziggy Nathu has a long uphill putt, and you can't stress weight enough here and putting on a big enough stroke. And that was a great stroke from there. That's a great stroke, great read. He only has that left for the excuse me par, as we're going to watch Etienne Papineau. Papineau is a former or current member of Golf Canada. He's on their pro squad. As you can clearly see between his shoulder blades there, he has the Golf Canada logo emblazoned. Almost like a tattoo. And we're looking at the aim point. As he's getting ready to go. And there's a good chance that a lot of these shots that you're seeing from well below the pin here, or the putts that are starting from this portion of the green, what you're not seeing is that they're hitting the approaches and the ball is just spinning back on them. And Papineau with a great birdie there from downtown Chateauguay. That'll get Etienne a little bit of a boost going to the back nine. And we're looking at Freddie D'Angelo. Quite the mover and shaker today. He just watched that effort come from Etienne Papineau, and he's going to try to replicate that. Oh, wonderful putt by Freddie D'Angelo. All the way from Niagara-on-the-Lake, which is in Ontario, which is where he's not from. He's from Niagara Falls, the other Niagara. And it's just like watching two prize fighters with Freddie D'Angelo. There's Freddie D'Angelo's father, actually. I think he's handing his other son, who's the caddy, a bratwurst. And we're catching up with David Lee Sheeman on the 12th green with a nice roll and a well-sunk putt. Little smile coming towards the camera. And while we're watching JJ Regan, I just can't believe what I just saw over on the 9th. That is some world-class golf right there between Papineau and Freddie D'Angelo. As JJ Regan makes a nice putt there, solid stroke. And we have Eddie Maunder. Eddie Maunder looking to finish up. And he makes his putt here on the 12th. What a putting display between Papineau and D'Angelo, though, seriously. That was awesome. Like I said, the cream rises to the top. And considering that not many putts have been made over on that green all week long, to see those two players sink those two putts, that is something to behold. And who knows, maybe Jake Scott is going to feel a little bit of pressure. Mind you, the way he's going right now, who really knows? I mean, he's just out of his mind right now. But D'Angelo is looking good. Papino, he's always a threat. And we're over at the 18th green where we currently see Charles Wang from Bradenton, Florida, Brandon Rattray from St. Bruno, Quebec, and Brett Webster from Abbotsford, British Columbia, looking to finish out their days today. And that's a look at Brett Webster from Abbotsford, British Columbia. Rattray is one of two amateurs that made the weekend. The other amateur is off the course at the moment, as he finished up a little bit earlier, and that's the local product, Francis Rouillet. And we're waiting for the putt of Charles Wang, which we're seeing coming to the frame right now. And he had a bit of a downhill putt, a bit of a breaker, and I'm not too sure he saw what the golf ball did. And we're over at number 10, where we've caught up with Lucas Kim again and Jason Fetcher, along with Sebastian Sani-Marc. Fetcher has made a bit of a run here today as well. He's been playing some pretty good golf here on moving day. This putt appears to be coming downhill. Should be some break, albeit moderate, as it just dies in front of the hole. And you can tell that Sebastian isn't too crazy about that putt. And he's going to mark his ball. While Fetcher from off of the putting green is going to have this chip for birdie. The ever methodical Jason Fetcher. We're going to see if he backs off, which in fact he does. That's his routine. I alluded to the fact that he reminds me a little bit of Jim Furyk in that regard. Oh, and that was a great effort from there for Thatcher. He's going to just tap that in to finish up the hole and get out of the way of Lucas Kim. Lucas Kim has about 8 to 10 feet here for the putt. Just looking to make a strong stroke here. There's a little bit of break, as we saw with Sebastian Sani-Marc's putt from a slightly different angle. But this is going to start outside. And here it comes back in, and it still wasn't quite enough break. And he ties that up for his par. And this is a par putt coming up for Sebastian Sani-Marc. He's just going to confirm his beliefs about what this putt's going to do from a break standpoint. Just double checking that his weight is a little bit more on one side than the other, which indicates the slope. And it seems like we've been with this group for a little while here on number 10 green. Sani-Marc finishes up, makes his putt, and they move on to 11 green. And we'll be seeing this group later on. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll return after these messages.
La Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic, présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.
And welcome back. I'm your commentator, Alexander Toth from The Next Tee and T-Box Chatter. And just going to update things here quickly on the leaderboard. Jake Scott still has things somewhat in control here at 18 under. He's 4 clear of Lee Curry from Ottawa, Ontario, who has jumped up 17 spots today on moving day. He's on a real heater at the moment. Currently at 8 under par through 13 holes. So we're going to have a low score there from Lee Curry. Freddie D'Angelo, he's sitting at 13 under, tied for third with Drew Nesbitt of Toronto, Ontario. And then just right behind them, you have Kevin Fortin-Simard, who is part of that final pairing or final group, and Eric Banks, the 2019 champion. So we're looking right now at the second to last group, which is Austin Ryan, Drew Nesbitt, and Eric Banks. We've seen some pretty good putts here recently on this 9th hole at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And we have Drew Nesbitt just in close to us here on the screen. And we also have Eric Banks. With a lengthy putt. Plenty of stroke on that putt. And that's a great putt from that location on this green. As we're seeing some of the final groups really getting the golf ball to the hole here on moving day. And we have Toronto, Ontario's Drew Nesbitt coming up, getting ready to make his putt. You definitely know that Banks has been here, considering just that last putt that he made here on the weekend. On the weekends, it's a great time to shake your moneymaker and play your best golf. And we're waiting for Drew to make his initial putt here for birdie. Putt's on the way. And Nesbitt just leaves that just short. That was a great read, a fantastic effort as we have Austin Ryan get ready to make his putt. Austin Ryan fell off the pace a little bit here. He's just sort of kind of playing some even par golf here up to this 9th hole today. And that's a great putt for birdie for Austin Ryan. Austin Ryan coming out from Kitchener, Ontario. That's going to move him to a total of 1 under on the day and 10 under for his total. And we just have one more group to make their way through the 9th hole. And that's Jake Scott of Strongsville, Ontario, our leader. Actually, I'll just leave it at this. Our leaders are about to make their way through the 9th fairway and onto the 9th green. And Jake Scott's our leader. And Kevin Fortin-Simard is also in this pairing along with Noah Steele. Noah Steele currently is at 10 under. He's even par on the day. Meanwhile, Kevin Sani-Marc has fallen off the pace just a touch. He's at 12 under in a tie for 5th right now, and he's dropped down 3 places overall in the standings. And we're out on the 18th. I just had a quick glance there. I think this might be Brendan Leonard getting ready to tee off the 18th hole. And that is, in fact, Brendan Leonard. I've been expecting Brendan Leonard to get things going, but it hasn't quite happened. He's moved up 7 places as he's 3 under par through 13 holes. And this has updated. And we're going to just take a and we'll be right back. I'm having a look at the leaderboard and be right back. And welcome back for some more commentary. There's Noah Steele. He's part of our final group, as well as our leaders in this group, Jake Scott at 18 under at the moment, from Strongsville, Ohio. Sorry, not Ontario. It's the other place that has an O at the beginning and an O at the end. And then there's Kevin Sani-Marc from Coupe Quebec. And there's Noah Steele. And there's a look at Jake Scott as well. And there's Kevin Sani-Marc making his way up to this 9th green here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And we're just waiting to see where Kevin's going. It looks like he might have hit the green, and of course the ball released, and there it is sitting up nice and high. He has a pretty good lie there. He's going to be able to slide the club underneath this shot. With the wedge, you got to be careful here that the club face doesn't slide, or sorry, the club head does not slide underneath the ball and leave yourself a bit of a mess by leaving it short. So it's all about technique here. But again, we have a good lie. It's not a buried lie. So here we go, nice narrow stance. He's going to be putting a lot of weight on that lead foot. Make sure that he hits a little bit on the steep side. Just sort of kind of pop it up and have it land, I would think, just a little bit past the collar here, or past the fringe, the runoff area that's at the back of this 9th green. And there it is. He might have flown it a little too far. One thing with those lies coming out of the rough like that, you're not going to be able to develop a whole lot of spin. So you're at the mercy of the golf ball and its cover. As Kevin is going to mark his ball. And this final group settles in to make their initial putts. It looks like Jake Scott will be away here. He might as well be in Strongsville, Ohio right now, because this putt is about of that length. His golf ball may need an oil change after this putt. And that one's just left a little bit short. There's a smattering of applause out there at the moment. And I'm not too sure he's too happy. You can't really tell. He's such a cool customer. You just can't tell what he's thinking or feeling. But he'll have that little bit there for par to make the turn in pretty good shape. Jake Scott is actually now at 19 under, 4 under on the day. As Noah Steele from about 20 feet. That effort just a little short. And then there's Kevin Sani-Marc with an upcoming putt. And just a quick note about his caddy. I've been wondering who was wearing the old school Converse Chuck Taylors, and as they really stand out there. And turns out it was his caddy, so that's pretty cool. Styling and profiling like Ric Flair. But Sani-Marc getting ready for his putt here. Sani-Marc just taking his time. And there's about 8 feet remaining. And it looks like Sani-Marc is going to drop a stroke here on this 9th hole. Jason's got about to pull out the proverbial Windex and do a little bit of house cleaning here. Our leader at 19 under. And that's where he's going to be making the turn at 19 under. 4 under on the day. And next we have Noah Steele. And Noah Steele finishes up there. The smattering of applause. As our final group has made the turn, or finished the 9th hole, and now they're making the turn for 10. And while they check in with scoring, we're going to take a pause and we'll be right back.
you're good to go.
And welcome back to live commentary as we've caught up with the final pairing. In this final pairing is our current leader, Jake Scott, who is having quite a great day out there on the golf course. He's 4 under with a total of 19 under on the tournament. So we have Noah Steele, who looks like he's going a little further back towards the rear portion of the green. And Jake Scott and his caddy are having a pretty good look at this as well, as they might be a little bit deep there on this 10th hole. Maybe just a little bit of adrenaline poured into this to make things a little bit different. So we're just waiting to see some golf balls come into our screen. As you can see, there is a the gallery is more than a smattering. That's a word that I'd like to use today. And that's a fantastic effort from the back portion of the green by Jake Scott, who has just a little bit of work left here to do for the par. And he might just ask if it's okay to tap it in, which he has. And he'll be moving on to the 11th tee, as will the rest of the group. Once everyone has putted out here, obviously. Every now and then I forget myself and make the most obvious statement in the world. In the meantime, here's Kevin Sani-Marc getting ready for his putt uphill. And we're going to see a little bit of break here from this location on this 10th green. The movement should be left to right. And the putt's on the way. Good looking roll. And Sani-Marc is just going to tap that in. That's a very well judged putt. And dare I make this claim, but you're really seeing these later groups in the field show the difference between why they're here this week in this position and the others aren't here. The putting today has been just fantastic from these groups. Just they're making shots. They're playing great golf. It's solid golf here. As we're having a look at Noah Steele. Putt's on the way. And it just settles down. And just a little taparoo. As I'm channeling my inner Happy Gilmore for the commentary just for a slight second. And we're off to the 11th. And we're going to put the stream over elsewhere for the time being. And we'll be right back as the final pairing or grouping has left the 10th green.
Du 11 au 14 août, l'élite des golfeurs professionnels canadiens sera à Victoriaville. L'objectif, remporter la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.
Now rejoining action here on the 12th green, where we have our current leader, Jake Scott. Jake Scott has about 4 feet remaining here for his putt. And that's going to be straight up into the hill, into the slope. And you can be aggressive, and that's a solid putt and a great controlled stroke by our current leader. Our leader, Jake Scott, currently sitting at 19 under par through 12 holes. But the biggest mover on the day so far is Lee Curry from Ottawa, Ontario. Through 13 holes, he was 8 under, so we don't know if that score has changed or not. He's 8 under for the day and 14 under overall, tied with Toronto's Drew Nesbitt for second place at the moment. And this is Kevin Fortin-Simard just finishing up here on the 12th hole, and we're going to turn our attention elsewhere. As we catch up with Trevor Yu on the 18th. Trevor Yu's having a nice round today. He's 3 under through the day today and 9 under overall as he finishes up. And that was some fantastic golf that we saw from Lee Curry, who is in this group that we're looking at right now. If all goes well, I will manage to steal him away for a couple minutes after he signs the scorecard and get him in for an interview, so we can discuss and debrief about what happened today out there for him and what clicked and what got him here, what put him into contention, because that was some solid golf that he played today. He was razor sharp. As we're waiting for the leaderboards to be updated, he'll be signing off on a scorecard as we go through today's scores. And we see that Neil Ryan had a tough day out there, 6 over on the day. And we had another big score posted as well, 8 under today by Calvin Ross. Calvin Ross started at 842 today, so he was well back of the pack. Ross from Fredericton, New Brunswick. In talking to organizers, it was said that there was going to be some low scores today, and they definitely predicted that right. All the pin placements, for the most part, were very gettable today. And if anything, what the players said over Thursday and Friday, the golf course played tougher than what it would on the weekend with the pin placements. So maybe that was their way of making the cream rise to the top and send others home. And as we scroll through there, we see Neil Ryan. And the score has been updated, and Jake Scott is now at 20 under on the day. We're waiting for Lee Curry to have his card signed. Austin Ryan, he's 200 today, moving him to 11 under. Etienne Papineau is 3 under on the day. For British Columbia's Bryce Barker, 3 under today for a total of 9 under. And Chase Kamaromi with a very respectable 68 today, moving himself up 12 positions. And Charles Wang, he moved up 16 positions today. Derek Lesby from Pickering, Ontario. Just sort of kind of stalling, even par today. No movement. Blair Hamilton with a little bit of a struggle today at 6 over, for a total of 2 over for the tournament. And the 2022 Coupe Canada is brought to you by Sani-Marc, Fenergic, and Ville de Victoriaville, or the city or town of Victoriaville. And of course, there's Golf Quebec, and the folks bring you the stream, the team at golfzoogle.ca. Golfzoogle for your tournament live stream viewing needs. Reach out to them, contact them, and they'll put together a great product for you. And we're looking at the 17th green. Have some pretty tidy shots in there. A little bit of work left to do. As the group is coming up this par 3 hole. The 17th hole here at Victoria Golf Club from the Gold Tees, which is where the field is playing, measures at 213 yards. A fairly substantial slope from back to front. Relatively narrow. And today's pin placement on number 17, as we get down to crunch time here on closing day, is well back from the front of the green at 33 paces and 5 from the right hand side. As we check in on action on number 18. The pin located 17 paces off the front and 6 from the right. As we go back out to the 17th green, that's the group of Brendan Lacoste, Bryce Barker, and Septak Tawar. Septak from New Delhi, India. Played his college golf at Sacred Heart University. And he's a well-seasoned player. He had a full-time membership on the then PGA Tour Canada's Mackenzie Tour. And he's played all over the world. And he has experience playing in climates everywhere. So he's, again, well-traveled and well-seasoned. Started playing hockey at the age of 5, and then later on went to golf and started playing golf at that point. As we move over and have a quick look at Eddie Monder on number 18. And that putt is just sort of kind of creeping away there a little bit. And he's going to have a little bit of a tester, a 6-footer, coming back into the slope. He can be pretty aggressive on this next putt. As we have David Lee Shiman. Placing his ball down, and he's going to have a lengthy putt here for birdie. This putt will be all about the speed. Yeah, there should be a whole lot of break till the end, and that's exactly what we witnessed on that effort as we turn our attention to Bryce Barker on the 17th green. And that one missed well below the hole. And it looks like David Lee Sheeman is going to finish up his par putt here, as we're going to look at Eddie Monder next. Eddie Monder, a pretty steady player out of Oakville, Ontario. And that's a solid stroke coming back after that initial play on the 18th green. And JJ Regan just going to finish up from about 5 feet. Don't really know if there's a whole lot going on with that putt. Break-wise, looks like it might slide a touch left to right as we have a look at Brendan Lacoste over on the 17 green. And if you're tuning in late to this telecast, Brendan Lacoste will be playing on DP World Tour in September. And that was a good roll, just missed a little bit on the high side. It looks like JJ Regan had a missed putt there. Without really knowing what happened with the rest of his round, I would say that maybe his putter cost him a few strokes out there today on the course here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And here is Septak Talwar. Just one of the many hungry players that are playing at this level to get to the next level. And that putt just comes short. He can't believe that didn't go in. He's given that golf ball the old business right now, or maybe the superintendent or whoever cut the hole out there, maybe the referee from Golf Canada. Either way, he wasn't impressed that that didn't go in. And Bryce Barker. Bryce Barker cleaning up this 3-foot putt. Something bugged him. He had to back off the ball and he's going to reset himself. And here's the roll, and it's in the hole. And as we scroll through the leaderboard, we see that there has been a little bit of movement at the top of the leaderboard. Jake Scott still leading at 20 under. Looks like Lee Curry cooled off a little bit. Still a great round by Lee Curry from Ottawa, Ontario, having a 7 under for a total of 13 under. And I'm sure that he would be the first to tell you that he left some shots out there on the golf course. It could have been a much better day than it was. And let's face it, there isn't one golfer out there that does not take a 7 under for a round of golf. And we're going to see the tee shots here of Lacoste, Bryce Barker, and Septak Talwar. It's pretty easy to see the line that Lacoste is going to be taking here. It's going to go right over those trees, cut off some yardage. And can't really tell from his reaction how he felt about that drive. Pretty sure it's in good shape down there. And here's Septak Talwar. I think he's going something a little less than driver. And he's going to be looking to emulate the shot that Brendan Lacoste just hit. It's going to start it over the trees, and he's going to turn it over, drawing it into the middle of the fairway, give or take. And he really torques there through the golf ball. Through impact. That's a strong, aggressive move. And Bryce Barker from Vernon, British Columbia. Lefty, we're going to see what his line is. I'm sure he's going to start something a little more out to the left of that tree, drawing it back in. And that shot looked pretty good from Barker, who just had his umbrella go for a little bit of a run on him. And he's recovered it with the help of one of our spectators here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. Well, when you gotta go, I suppose, and the umbrella felt like it had to go. So as to say, I'm out of here. Which might have been a little premature as we catch up with the next group coming up to this 18th green. Or, sorry, 17th green. My apologies. And this is Johan Benson, Alexis Clement, and Yannick Lamar. And we're going to just go away from the action here as we're being brought a guest. So just bear with me for a couple of seconds while we get things set up and arranged here. We'll be right back with more commentary from the 2022 Coupe Canada Sani-Marc. And welcome back to the 2022 Coupe Canada. Welcome to T-Box Chatter, my little segment here that I have. Please follow along on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and every other avenue that there is for the podcast. It's brought to you by The Next Tee, which is my golf website. But I'm joined by a very special guest here. I'm joined by, from Ottawa, Ontario, Lee Curry. Lee, thank you for joining me on T-Box Chatter.
Thanks for having me.
Man, it's a real pleasure to have you, and that was quite the round you had out there today.
Yeah, for sure. I got the putter rolling today, which was nice. The first couple of days, I hit the ball fantastic and didn't really make a whole lot. But today, in the first hole, I knocked in about a 15-footer, and then it just kept feeding from there, and just started building some confidence. And it was a good day with the putter for sure.
You know, I saw that putt while we were in here in the broadcast center, and it was one of those things where I thought, that's exactly the kind of putt that someone needs to really kickstart their round and get the juices flowing.
Especially when it was going the way it was going the last couple of days. So I worked on it the last couple of nights and tried to find a good routine to run with. And first one went in and I ran with it exactly.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So how do you feel about this course? Does it set up well for your game?
I love the golf course. To be honest with you, the first time I came here in 2013, I was right in the mix going into the weekend and kind of blew my brains out a little bit and told myself when I'm leaving, I'm like, I'm going to win this golf tournament. I love this golf course. I'm going to win it. And it was nice to win it a couple of years later for sure.
That's amazing. And I mean, today's round, of course, you know, it was just such a great round to watch.
It's a beautiful day. Yeah, it was a nice round for sure.
And you really took advantage of the term moving day.
Yep, exactly. Saturday's moving day. They eased up the tee boxes a little bit for us today. A couple of those tee boxes have some limbs kind of hanging over the edges.
Oh, really?
So you gotta kind of work your way around those things. But today they had the tee boxes in places where we don't have to worry about that too much, which was nice.
Now, did you find that this golf course? I know you mentioned that you really enjoyed this golf course here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. Does it really give you a chance to really cut off some of those dog legs? Because there's plenty of them out there, right? You're working the golf ball.
That's the beauty. Like, I'm not one of the longest guys, but the fact that this course is full of a whole bunch of dog legs kind of helps a guy that doesn't hit it as far. So you take some lines and you pick your spots, but you don't really need to smash the golf ball around this golf course to win. You know what I mean? So it's good that way for sure.
So let's talk about Lee Curry, the golfer, for a couple of seconds. Because I want to teach people with T-Box Chatter about all the great golfers that we have here in Canada that aren't named Mackenzie Hughes or, Mike Weir, for example, Corey Connors. I mean, the list goes on and on. Hadwin. There's plenty of them around. So let's learn about Lee Curry, the golfer. Where did you get your start? Who brought you into the game?
My dad brought me to the game when I was 7. And he was kind of new to the golf himself, so we kind of both got at it at the same time, just both working at our games. And
really?
We both got pretty good. And I owe a lot to my father for sure for building my golf swing. He helped me with that. And then I started working hard, and I worked my butt off every summer. And before you know it, I won a tournament in Quebec, in the Quebec Junior Match Play at 16 years old. And just like putting today, I kind of ran with that, the confidence, and started winning everything.
And it goes to show you, I mean, the great equalizer, as good as the short game is, if you're rolling the rock well on the greens, I mean, it goes a long way towards a low round out there, right?
It's a big trump card to be rolling the rock well for sure.
And then, as far as Lee Curry, did you actually go to school? Were you part of any national programs?
Yeah, I was part of the Canadian national team for 5-6 years. I went to college in the States at Miami, Ohio University.
Oh, MAC-10 or MAC conference, right?
Conference, exactly.
Yeah.
And then turned pro in 2003. Played the Canadian Tour for 7-8 years. Got 1 year on the nationwide tour of the web.com. And I had a child about 13 years ago. And I had to make a decision. Do I keep playing or do I find another job? So I got on the other side of the business. And now, to be honest with you, I don't play much golf at all. I just teach, and I like it when I get out here. It's just there's not too many wounds. You haven't played a whole lot, so it's good that way. Yeah.
Excellent. And now Lee Curry away from the golf course. What's Lee Curry away from the golf course like?
Really more just want to spend, when I'm away from my teaching, and because I work a lot, I do a lot of teaching, I just want to spend time with my daughter, to be honest with you, and just have fun away from work, exactly.
Awesome. So what's the game plan going into tomorrow's round?
Tomorrow, just do the same things I've been doing all week. Hopefully the putter stays hot and we can put another one up there, hopefully.
Awesome. So we won't keep you because I'm sure you're pretty hungry after your round. You want to go and recharge a little bit. Absolutely, here and get some rest. Sure, so we won't keep you much longer here on T-Box Chatter. So we'll let you go. And thank you so much for joining us. And of course on Golf Zoogle here at Coupe Canada. So thank you so much. So until we talk again, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you on the next tee.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, guys.
Du 11 au 14 août, l'élite des golfeurs professionnels canadiens sera à Victoriaville. L'objectif, remporter la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.
Well, hi everyone out there on YouTube watching the live stream here through Golf Zoogle. It's Alex here from T-Box Chatter, and I am pleased to have a very special guest. He just came off the golf course, and I love the fact that he's willing to do an interview with me right now, and this is Saptak Talwar. Saptak, thank you so much for being here on T-Box Chatter, and welcome to my T-Box.
Thank you very much. Very honored to be here and loving my time in Quebec.
Let's start off right away here. You had a pretty good round out there. You had a nice round going. What did you notice today that was maybe a little bit different compared to Thursday and Friday?
It was honestly pretty similar. I'd probably say a little less sloppy on the greens. Made a few more par parts that I needed to kind of keep the momentum going. But I played solid on the front, just kind of stalled out a little bit on the back nine there, but pleased with the number and hopefully another low one tomorrow. Yeah,
I mean, you managed to climb up, I think, a few spots here and get yourself into a later start time tomorrow, I think. I'm not too sure how that's all going to shake down yet, but you felt pretty good out there.
Yeah. No, the entire game is kind of trending in the right direction. Again, little sloppy mistakes here and there. But yeah, I'm pleased with the way the week has gone and excited for tomorrow.
Awesome. So how does this golf course set up for you?
Wonderful, actually. It's short and it's tight. Demands golf shots shaping both ways. Greens are nice and undulating. You need spin control to get them close. And yeah, I've loved my time here so far. First time here, so.
Oh, it's your first time around, or first time around in the Coupe Canada?
Yes, sir.
Really?
First time in Quebec, and yeah, I've loved it.
Now, I did a little bit of research on your webpage, and that would be saptaktalwar.com, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, you're well traveled. You've been around and played in a few different locales, I would say. Have you seen anything like what Quebec offers, for example?
No. This is actually my first year on PGA Tour Canada, and first time in Canada, it was in June. So I've touched a lot of provinces this summer, which has been a lot of fun. First time in Canada, and yeah, it's been fun. Different culture, and yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Awesome. And I mean, you started playing golf at, I believe, 5 years old?
5, yes.
From your webpage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. So let's talk about that for a little bit. So you started playing golf at 5. Who introduced you to the game of golf?
My dad did. He kind of got into it the same time I did, so we almost started at the same time. I played junior golf in India growing up. When I was 15, I moved to Hilton Head, South Carolina, at a golf academy called IJGA, and then did my 2 years of high school over there, then got recruited to play college golf at Sacred Heart University in Connecticut.
Yes.
Spent 4 years over there, graduated last year in May, and then played on the farm tour, supposed to be PGA Tour Canada.
Because of the pandemic, of course. Yes.
So played on the farm tour last year, and then PGA Tour Canada this year, and now here we are.
My goodness. So and of course, for future endeavors, what are you aiming for? What do you hope is the next stop for Saptak Talwar?
It's Q school in a couple of weeks, actually. Right after this, I have a tournament in New York, and then I'm driving down south to prepare for Q school a couple of weeks, and then hopefully Corn Ferry by the end of fall, and we'll start making a climb.
Awesome. And did I see right? Did you play hockey?
No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't play hockey?
No.
Okay, maybe I'm obviously getting you mixed up with somebody else. I apologize for that.
Played a little bit of cricket, though.
Oh, okay. So just tell me about cricket a little bit, real fast. What am I exactly watching for when I do watch cricket?
The more times they run between wickets, the better it is. It's kind of like baseball in the sense that it's you got bases, right? But we only have two ends. So you're running back and forth, and the goal is to hit a home run. We call it a 6, which is 6 runs.
Yes.
The more times you cross the boundary without it ever touching the grass inside the boundary, the better it is. So, yeah,
I like it.
Similarities with baseball.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've seen some of these batsmen, just launch the ball. So, I mean, so is that sort of like a home run, but not a home run?
Yeah. Same. It's our version of home run.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nice. And I mean, you know, just to round things off here a little bit, boy, I actually lost the question, so I'm going to go with a backup question. Tomorrow's round coming up. What's the game plan going into that?
No difference. I kind of made a game plan at the start of the week. Goal was to just kind of get 72 greens in regulations, just kind of bore the course to death. Obviously, I missed a few here and there, but same thing. Just kind of keep it stress free. Do what I've been doing well, and hopefully make a few more putts.
And I was gonna say anything to improve on, so probably a couple more putts, I guess. Here
Yeah,
and there, right?
I've burnt a lot of edges. In my head, I'm thinking of the greens being just a little faster. So I've burnt a couple edges here and there, but hopefully a couple more drop tomorrow, and it'll be a good week.
Awesome. So we're gonna let you go so you can get some rest and get some food to eat. So Saptak Talwar, thank you so much for joining me, and everyone, especially Saptak here. Until we talk again, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you on the next tee.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back. And again, thank you to the Saptak Talwar for stepping into the T-Box Chatter, and of course the Golf Zoogle Nerve Center here in the clubhouse of Club de Golf Victoriaville. Forgot where I was for just a split second. Oh my goodness, I've been here for a couple days, so I don't know how that happens. But we're just catching up with action, and that was a fantastic putt by Jason Thresher of West Suffield, Connecticut. He's been another one of the movers today on moving day. That I'm pretty sure was a putt for birdie. We'll know a little bit better when he signs off on a scorecard. But he has moved himself up 7 places since the start of the day. So he's currently in a spot where he's tied for 6th, and we're going to see if that changes even more. And putting next is Lucas Kim. Lucas Kim is 4 under on the day. Total of 11 under from Richmond Hill. Lucas realigning his ball, it looks like, for the line that he's going to start this on. Had a little change of heart. And he looks like he's ready to go. There might be a little bit of left edge involved here on this putt. Ooh, and he put it right through the break that he saw. So he's going to have to settle for a par here. on the 18th hole. And Sebastian Sani-Marc is up next. And Sani-Marc has played some pretty good golf today. He's found himself dropped back 6 positions. He's tied for 19th at the moment. 2 under on the day, 9 under overall, with about 4 feet remaining. And that's a nice looking putt to end his day here on the 18th at Club de Golf Victoriaville. Handshakes all the way around. And we have our next group already up in the area for hitting their approach shots. So again, we saw a little bit of movement there on moving day from that group as Jason Thresher moved up 7 spots from the morning before tee off. And it looked like Sebastian Sani-Marc had a little bit of a chat with Freddie D'Angelo's parents down there, whom I recognize because I've seen them on more than one occasion now, I suppose. And the aforementioned Freddie D'Angelo is part of the group that is going to be hitting into the 18th green. Looking to strike some solid shots in here from this group. See if they can replicate the excitement that they created on number 9 when Papineau and D'Angelo went back to back on some amazing putts. Ty Saloni with a little bit of a dip there, dropping down 21 spots from where he begun. Still under par for the tournament. Brandon Rattray, one of 2 amateurs, is currently at 1 under overall. He went 2 over today. So we're going to see how that compares to Francis Roulier, who is at +2 overall, or 2 over par, and 3 over on the day. So as it stands right now, the top amateur through 54 holes is none other than Brandon Rattray. And we still have our leader, Jake Scott, followed by Drew Nesbitt, who's at a total of 16 under par on the day. All kinds of good scoring here today on moving day. Bedard, Kim, going 6 and 5 under on the day respectively. As we make our way back to the 18th green here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And as you've almost come to expect, everyone in this group has a tremendous shot at the birdie. I would say the farthest putt that has to be made here is probably about 12 feet, and that belongs to the man known as Ziggy Zahadali Nathu from Richmond, British Columbia.
Okay, Tom, I'm done.
So they're just going to sort out their putts here and have a look. I have to be totally frank and totally honest here. It looks like none of their heart rates have gotten up at all here no real excitement. And Freddie D'Angelo, I mean, I'm not even sure he has a heartbeat at this point. Might have to check him for a pulse. But we have Ziggy Nathu coming up with his birdie putt. He's definitely away here. And for those new to golf that might be listening, he's the furthest one away from the hole. Therefore, he goes first. And he can be pretty firm with his putt. That's a great read, and that's a wonderful birdie putt by Ziggy. Ziggy Nathu. Now I'm thinking of Ziggy Stardust by David Bowie. Grand Total Major John. And next up we have Freddie D'Angelo looking to replicate what Ziggy Nathu just did. I would say that this putt is about 6 or 7 feet with a little bit of break from left to right. And he just slightly underread or under put that attempt for birdie. And I'm not too sure that Freddie's really pleased with himself right now. I think if you were to ask him, he definitely let one slide away there on him. And now we have Etienne Papineau. And Papineau with about 5 feet here for birdie. And he misses on the low side. So Papineau is just going to step right back in there and finish up here on the 18th green, his 54th hole of the tournament. Ooh, and that one was a little bit shaky, almost missing on the low side. And Freddie D'Angelo looking to complete his day on what was a pretty good round overall. And he sinks his power putt. And we'll stay with these guys for a few moments. And we're going to break away real briefly here as we wait for the next group to come on up. The group consisting of Max Sekulik, Troy Ballmer, and Max Gilbert.
Du 11 au 14 août, l'élite des golfeurs professionnels canadiens sera à Victoriaville. L'objectif, remporter la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.
And we're back. We're on the 18th fairway as we have two groups remaining out on the golf course right now. This is the group consisting of Austin Ryan, Drew Nesbitt, and Eric Banks. So we have an approach coming in from one of our lefty competitors here in this group. And I believe that was Eric Banks. It was a little hard to tell who it was from that far out, but that's a pretty nice shot into this 18th green. And up next is Drew Nesbitt of Toronto, currently in second place. A few shots back of current leader Jake Scott. Nesbitt going with a short iron to wedge from this position of the fairway. And that ball's going to suck back nicely and end up pin high. Phenomenal shot by Drew Nesbitt. I would say definitely better than average, but a great shot by Drew Nesbitt. And we're looking at the shot of Austin Ryan, who's looking to finish off strong here in today's round, the third round of the 2022 Coupe Canada, presented by Sani-Marc and Fenergic. Being televised on this feed by the fine folks at Golf Zoogle. And here's a look at Austin Ryan. He's had a pretty strong season thus far. He's been a winner on the Great Lakes Tour setting a course record in the process of that victory at the GLT Niagara Open. And we had Drew Nesbitt for those tuning in late to the broadcast. And there's our 2019 champ, Eric Banks. Eric Banks, hailing from Quispamsis, New Brunswick. And there you see the Senator Bearer there holding up the sign, and the updated score for Nesbitt, that looks like it might be a 17 under. So a strong putt here, a good look at birdie to maybe get him to 18 under and just a little bit closer to Jake Scott. And it looks like Banks has stalled out just a little bit today. Banks, our 2019 champion. Started out a little bit slow on Thursday, gained a little bit of momentum on Friday to get him into this position. So this putt coming up is going to be downhill, and there's going to be movement from left to right. And there's plenty of swing. Well putted. What a great putt. The downhill breaker by about 5 feet for Eric Banks. You can tell that he's seen this course once or twice before. And now we have Drew Nesbitt. Boy, that's got to be a good feeling for Eric Banks coming off that green later on in a few moments. And Nesbitt's putt on the way. And he'll gladly pick that up after it falls into the hole for par. As his day comes to an end, and through 54 holes, he is at 17 under. Unofficially. Until the scorecard is signed for. And last but not least, we have Austin Ryan with about 6 feet remaining. Oh, and unfortunately, Austin Ryan misses that birdie putt, as that was a tough lip out. And handshakes all the way around. Pretty sure Nesbitt will be going off last tomorrow with the likes of Jake Scott, our current leader. And Eric Banks and Austin Ryan are both going to stop. Oh, I wish we would have stayed with that one. Oh, there we are. Going to stop and sign a golf ball and hand it to the young lad over there, which is excellent to see. That's awesome. And this, folks, is how you grow golf. This is how you grow the game, how you keep the game fresh with new face and new talent. And one day, maybe that young man right there will be out here playing in the Coupe Canada himself. And you can tell he's pretty darn excited right there. That's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And we're going to just step away for a few moments while we're waiting for the final group to make their way, which includes our current leader, Jake Scott, at 21 under par. We'll be right back. And welcome back as we have our final group getting set to hit their tee shots on the 18th hole here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And I don't want to make a statement that's pretty obvious, but leading the way here with the honors on this last hole, the 54th hole, is our leader, Jake Scott. Now, for everyone watching YouTube right now, I just want you to watch this action. There are so many good things happening with his swing, and if you caught the interview with him before his round today that I conducted, this is a homemade golf swing. So he's taking less than driver here. He's going to play a hybrid. It's a good play. Or a rescue. I mean, that wrist at the top, that's a great golf swing right there. There's just so many good things going on with that swing. It's crazy. It's very fun to watch. And we have Noah Steele. Noah Steele electing to go with what looks like a utility iron, a driving iron here off this 18th tee. And we're not too sure if he's going to like that one immensely. Pretty sure that one will be safe down the fairway, but he definitely didn't like it, as you could tell by the hand releasing off of the club after the follow through. And We have Kevin Fortin Simard, who's going to be going driver here. This hole, 371 yards in length. Kevin trying to give himself a really good shot with a very short approach shot coming into the screen, and he's not liking that one at all. That looks like that might have been a push or a block down the right side. And we have a little bit of a following this last group down the 18th. As our day is slowly winding down here at Club de Golf Victoriaville. We just want to take a look at the scoreboard. And of course, we want to thank the sponsors, Sani-Marc and Fenergic, for putting on such a great show here in Victoriaville. A tournament that the locals here in Victoriaville love and welcome with open arms. And Golf Zoogle will be back tomorrow as well, starting at around 7:30, 7:45. With the live stream. Of course, it's free. So no matter where you are in the world, and this includes the likes of the parents of Septak Talwar. You can tune in from India and catch shots that your son makes, some putts. And anyone else in general can tune into this, no matter where you are. You could be at work. You could be at play. Just know that we will be here all day at Golf Zoogle here on YouTube for this live stream of the 2022 Coupe Canada. And our final group is getting ready to hit their approach shots into this 18th green. And is that ever a majestic sky? That's a great sky, just a perfect day. The weather has cooperated with us for the most part from Wednesday afternoon on. We had a couple scares, but nothing materialized. And yeah, it's been a great week so far, with one more day remaining after this. Tomorrow at this time, we'll be crowning our champion, and we don't know who it's going to be yet, but guaranteed there's going to be a lot of excitement. There's going to be some fireworks from the players of this event tomorrow. So we're waiting on the approach shot of Jake Scott. We already have one shot in below the pin. Good location, leaving a great chance for a birdie opportunity. And you see the golf ball trickling down towards the front portion of the green. Just come to rest. And to be totally honest, I can't really tell who's hitting their next shot here, as the spectators in behind are really blending in there with the golfers. So bear with us here for a couple seconds. But it's great to see the spectators out there. And that could be Jake Scott with an upcoming shot here from the left side of the fairway. A great angle coming into this final green. Okay, this is Kevin Sani-Marc getting ready to hit a shot. And that's Kevin Fortin Sani-Marc. Kevin Sani-Marc's approach shot is on the way. And he finds his shot, and he got pin high on the left side of the green. And Noah Steele with the tightest shot into this final pin of the third round. At this time tomorrow, someone will be making that walk to a bunch of cheers and applause from those that will be in attendance tomorrow. They're anticipating a pretty busy day here at the golf course. As we rejoin the action up here on this 18th green at Club de Golf Victoriaville. And there's our look at our standard bearer. Look at that good looking guy holding that standard. But Jake Scott at 21 under, 14 Sani-Marc at 13 under, and Noah Steele at 11 under. And Jake Scott, our leader, will be away first. And the putt's on the way. A breaker from right to left, and that misses well on the high side. Maybe a little misjudged here by Jake. I love how you really can't tell what he's thinking right now. I think he's just pretty relaxed and comfortable in his own skin at the moment. Jake Scott. And as we watch Kevin Fortin-Simard with the arm lock putter here. Oh, and that one just misses. So he will remain at 13 under for the round. Or for the tournament, sorry. And Noah Steele looking for a one-putt birdie. And he knew right away, he stepped right out of that. He walked right out of that putt. So he's going to remain at 11 under par for the tournament. And last but not least, our leader, Jake Scott. Jake's going to see a little bit of left to right here for this putt. And the putt's away. And Jake Scott with that nice par putt. And he will remain at 21 under. And that's your leader going into the final round tomorrow morning. That will be starting at around 7:47 in the morning, because that was today's starting tee time. So we're going to just fade away here as we're going to watch some... that same young man is going to get a couple more golf balls here, it looks like. And again, you have to love seeing this. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like that young man's done pretty well for himself with golf ball collecting today from the players. And Jake Scott is going to definitely oblige here. No surprise here. Just a great guy, a great head. Total class act and a little fist bump action. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. He's just a likable guy. What can you say? And he's thanking the Standard Bears for their hard work today and the scores that followed his group. And there's Jake Scott's caddy. Boy, everybody down there smiling. That's a great thing to see. I don't really know who I'm talking to right now because I turned to talk to a co-host and there was nobody in the chair beside me. So anyways, we have a great final day coming up for the 2022 Coupe Canada Sani-Marc. Also presented by Fenergic, Ville de Victoriaville, Golf Quebec, and of course, us here at Golf Zoogle. So the action will be resuming tomorrow at 7:47. So be sure to tune in. And if you miss any of the action and you want to get caught up, then please, by all means, just stay right here on YouTube and have yourself a look at everything that Golf Zoogle is doing for Coupe Canada and the 22 version of it. So, signing off from Club de Golf Victoriaville, I've been your commentator, Alexander Toth. You can see me at www.thenextt.ca. And you can listen in on my golf podcast as well. I'd very much appreciate it. And that website, podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts is T-Box Chatter. So, signing off, Until tomorrow morning from Club de Golf Victoriaville, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you on the next tee.
11 au 14 août, l'élite des golfeurs professionnels canadiens sera à Victoriaville. L'objectif, remporter la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic présentée par la ville de Victoriaville. À l'enjeu, une bourse de 125 000 $. Qui succédera à Blair Bursey, champion de l'an dernier? Voyez ces golfeurs de haut niveau. Certains aspirent à la PGA, d'autres en font déjà partie. Du 11 au 14 août, la Coupe Canada Sani-Marc Fenergic au club de golf Victoriaville. Admission gratuite.